What if everything you thought you knew about the legendary Heimdall was a carefully crafted illusion, a smokescreen woven from the very fabric of deception? Beneath his gleaming visage as the all-seeing guardian of the Bifrost lies a shocking truth, one that could shatter the pillars of Norse mythology and set the cosmos ablaze. Is Heimdall a mere sentinel, or is he the puppet master pulling the strings of fate with a grin that belies his true intentions? What if I told you that the Bifrost isn't just a bridge, but a dark doorway? A shimmering pathway that leads to realms of chaos and betrayal, where the echoes of ancient secrets spiral like a glittering vortex. This isn't your grandfather's fairy tale, nor is it a bedtime story. It's a treacherous labyrinth filled with gnashing teeth and a lurking darkness that laughs in the face of gods. Let's talk about the Watchman with a penchant for eavesdropping. The man with ears so sharp, he could hear the crumbling of mountains from miles away. Do you really believe he's just standing guard, twiddling his thumbs while the universe spins out of control? Maybe he's not there to protect, but to manipulate. Those whispers on the wind? They could be warnings. Or they could be bait. Every legend has its flaws, every hero has his shadows. Heimdall's infamous horn, Gjallarhorn, is said to summon the end, but what if it also holds the key to ultimate power? It's more than just a signal for Ragnarök, it's a siren song that draws ambitious souls into the depths of madness. Who else has he called with that blaring sound? Trust me, you don't want to find out. Behind every shimmering myth lies a backstory soaked in blood and betrayal. What if Heimdall once wielded a blade that could slice through the very fabric of reality? What if that blade lay buried in a grave marked by deception? You think you know the tale, but the truth is a beast with many faces, snarling beneath the surface, ready to spring. Every warrior worth their salt has a past painted in shades of grey. Heimdall may smile like a deceptively innocent child, but what's simmering beneath that facade? A puppet strings, tangled with the fates of gods and men alike. Imagine a world where every choice is a game of chess, where sacrifice is the currency and trust is just a flickering candle in an endless night. Would you dare to peel back the layers and confront the unsettling reality? The truth might burn hotter than a forged flames, but isn't that the thrill of the chase? Secrets cultivate shadows, and shadows breed fear. The more you learn, the more the darkness envelops you. So, are you ready to challenge what you hold dear? Are you prepared to face the storm and dance with the devil that resides within your own misconceptions? Because once you peer into the abyss of Heimdall's true nature, you may find that the monster lurking there is not just him, it's you. Welcome to a truth too electrifying to ignore. Thunder rumbles over the jagged peaks of the mountains, low and threatening, as if the gods themselves are stirring in their slumber. The air is thick with anticipation, each breath a reminder of life teetering on the edge of the abyss. I remember standing there, on the precipice of a world steeped in darkness and gold, a place where myth and reality coil together like smoke. I felt the weight of history pressing down, its icy fingers wrapping tight around my throat. Eirik, a warrior of the north, his heart a tumult of pride and fear, stood beside me. His eyes, blue like the fjords, were shadows of battles fought and lost, dreams crushed beneath the weight of iron and blood. He had just received word that his brother had been slain under a blood-red sun, a betrayal so deep it burned through the fabric of his soul. I could almost hear the echoes of the axe hitting bone, feel the vibration of a life extinguished too soon. He clenched his fists, knuckles white against the shifting gloom, his jaw tight with the weight of unspoken words. "Revenge is the only answer," he murmured, his voice a low growl, raw as the frost-bitten earth beneath our feet. I shivered in response, not from the cold, but from the primal energy thrumming in the air like a wolf's howl through the night. The old tales whisper of honor, but they never tell you how it clings to your skin, how it seeps into your veins like poison. Revenge would not bring his brother back, it would only twist him further into the shadows. And then there was Freydis, her spirit a whirlwind of defiance and despair. She stood apart, the bright flames of her hair flickering in the wind, a beacon of fiery rebellion. Eyes dark as the depths of the sea, she bore her own wounds, an ancient prophecy that had foretold her doom. Each word from the lips of the seers wrapped around her like a noose, choking the hope from her heart. "Do you not see?" she cried, voice trembling, cracked like the earth in midwinter. "It is written that the gods, those fickle puppeteers, will never let us be free. But hope is a stubborn thing, isn't it? Even in the darkest of nights, it flickers. I remember the stories of brave souls who defied the fates, who carved their names into the fabric of the cosmos. Maybe she was destined to fall, but wasn't courage forged in the fires of uncertainty? I wanted to tell her that the myths of gods and monsters were not merely tales of woe, but warnings, yes, and also invitations. An invitation to take the reins of her own story. As the looming storm overhead crackled with impending chaos, the shadows around us grew long and sinister. The distant sound of laughter rippled through the air, mocking our plight. A group of villagers gathered by a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the flames' dance. They spoke of gods: Odin, the All-Father, powerful and ever-watchful; Thor, the Thunderer, fabled protector; and Loki, the trickster, whose laughter echoed in the darkest corners of the mind. But those tales were a double-edged sword, a dance with fate that brought as much danger as delight. Do they not know? Freydis whispered, drawing closer, her breath mingling with the cold night air. They tell stories of glory, yet they forget the price. I wanted to scream, to shake her until the truth settled in her bones. The stories are not just warnings, they are mirrors reflecting our deepest fears and hopes. Each creature, each god, holds a piece of us, a reflection of our flawed humanity. I remember the feeling of time stretching, warping. The clock tower in the village chimed, each toll resonating through the very marrow of my being. Time, a relentless beast, continued its march, indifferent to our struggles. But underneath that relentless beat lay something more profound, a sense of longing, a desperate desire to connect with what came before us. To know how gods and men intertwined, how the ancients crafted their destinies from the chaos around them. I looked into Eric's eyes, a storm brewing there, and saw the churning sea of his grief. What if we could change the story? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. What if we could tell it differently? The idea hung in the air, fragile and beautiful, like a silk thread spun from a spider's web, glistening with the dew of a new dawn. But the thunder rumbled again, louder, closer, and the earth trembled beneath our feet. The winds whipped around us, swirling with the cries of the fallen, and I felt the weight of their despair. I remembered the ancient whispers of the Norns, those weavers of fate who spun the threads of our lives with cruel delight. Would we be mere pawns in their game, or could we carve our own path through the thicket of myth and time? Freydis took a step forward, defiance blazing in her eyes. I refused to be a footnote in a story written by the gods. Her voice rang out, bold and fierce, vibrating with a truth that cut through the chaos. Eric nodded, his expression a tapestry of pain and resolve. For honor, he said, but I could see in him the flickering flame of something greater, love for a brother lost, and the undying urge to reclaim his own destiny. And as the storm broke, rain lashing down in violent sheets, we stood together, three souls intertwined in a moment of fierce clarity. Beneath the thunderous roars of the heavens, I felt an echo of something ancient and powerful, a whisper of possibility that surged through the cracks in our hearts. Here, at this crossroads of myth and reality, we were not just characters in a tale spun from the cosmos, we were the authors of our own fates, still trembling on the brink of what was to come. Lightning flashed, illuminating our faces, casting shadows that danced with the wild abandon of the gods themselves. I could taste the storm in the air, a bitter tang, the promise of change swirling around us like smoke. This was not the end, it was merely a beginning. The cycle of destruction and rebirth was upon us. And as I looked into the swirling tempest, I felt the intoxicating rush of the unknown, the spine-chilling thrill of a story just waiting to unfold. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric. I stood at the edge of the Bifrost, a shimmering bridge of colors that stretched like a wild, untamed ribbon between worlds. Above me, the sky roared with a tempest, swirling grey clouds that mirrored the unease gnawing at my insides. I could hear the clash of distant thunder, a warning, a promise, a death knell. Heimdall stood there, the guardian, tall and stoic, his golden hair catching the dim light like strands of spun sun. His eyes were pools of wisdom, but they flickered with fear. Fear for what lay ahead, for what was at stake, for the very fabric of existence that hung by a thread. "They're coming," he said, voice low but resonant, each word a weight on my chest. I could feel it. The darkness was tangible, creeping closer, clawing at the edges of reality. Beside him stood Hera, a warrior draped in shadows, her heart burdened by memories of battles lost and friends betrayed. Her grip tightened around her sword, knuckles white, the blade whispering promises of bloodshed and vengeance. "You can't let them cross," she cried, breath hitching, eyes wild with desperation. "We're not ready. I'm not ready." I could hear the echo of her panic, a haunting melody that vibrated in the air. But Heimdall's gaze remained steady, as if he held the weight of the universe upon his shoulders. "I've watched for centuries. I've seen worlds rise and fall." And now, his voice cracked, revealing the cracks in his seemingly invincible armor. "Now, it all comes down to us." I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet as the first figures emerged from the fog, dark silhouettes against the kaleidoscopic hues of the Bifrost. They were shadows of nightmares, grotesque and twisted, a mockery of all that was good. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, echoes of lost dreams and shattered hopes swirling in their wake. The air thickened with despair, a palpable fear that wrapped around my heart like a vice. Heimdall's eyes flickered to Hera, a fleeting moment of shared understanding. "Stay strong," he murmured, but I could hear the unspoken words, "I'm scared too." In that moment, the weight of their burden became mine. I was anchored in their turmoil, feeling every pulse of anxiety that coursed through their veins. The first blow came sudden, a surge of darkness, a wave that crashed against the Bifrost, threatening to tear it apart. I could see it, the raw energy of chaos, a desperate hunger for destruction. Hera lunged forward, the blade in her hand glinting like a beacon of light in a sea of shadows. For Asgard, she screamed, a battle cry filled with fierce determination that rang through the chaos like a prayer. But even her bravery seemed so fragile against the encroaching doom. I watched as she clashed with the first of the shadows, the metallic clang of steel against dark magic vibrating through the air. Each movement was a dance, a tragic ballet of survival. I wished I could reach out, to lend her strength, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. "Remember who you are," Heimdall shouted, voice booming like thunder. It cut through the din, slicing apart the veil of despair that threatened to engulf us. I could see the flicker of recognition in Hera's eyes, the briefest spark of hope igniting in the dark. She fought with the ferocity of a lioness, a tempest of motion, but each strike seemed to carry the weight of her past failures, ghosts of battles lost swirling around her like a shroud. And still, the darkness advanced, each shadow a reminder of what was at stake. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my spine, the chill of reality settling heavily in my bones. "Heimdall," I whispered, unsure if he could hear me over the cacophony. "What do we do?" He turned to me, his expression a potent mix of resolve and fear. "We hold the line," he said, each word laced with an intensity that made my heart race. "We protect what we love." The weight of those words hung in the air, a mantra, a desperate hope in the face of overwhelming odds. I could see the flicker of doubt behind his fierce facade, the gnawing fear of failure threatening to consume him. With each passing heartbeat, the shadows drew closer, hungry and relentless. Hera's breath came in ragged gasps, but she pressed on, each swing of her sword a declaration of defiance. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of something deeper, a refusal to yield, to let the darkness snuff out the light. But there was a flickering flame of doubt that haunted me too, an insidious whisper that clawed at my mind. What if it wasn't enough? What if, beneath the weight of history and prophecy, we all crumbled like brittle leaves caught in the storm? I glanced at Heimdall, his face a mask of fierce determination, yet I sensed the weight he bore. The protector, the vigilant watcher, yet even he could falter. The thought sent chills down my spine. Then came a thunderous roar that shook the Bifrost, a clash that intertwined our fates. The shadows surged, a wave of darkness that threatened to consume us all. "Fight!" shouted Heimdall, and the world around us exploded in chaos. My heart raced, a primal rhythm against the backdrop of despair, the line between light and dark bending, warping as we stood on the precipice. In that moment, as the shadows advanced, I felt time stretch, a brutal reminder that this was not just a battle of swords, but of souls. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of our choices, the ghosts of our pasts clashing with the hope of our futures. I was there, suspended in the moment, feeling everything, fear, courage, despair, hope, an unending cycle of emotion intertwining like the colors of the Bifrost itself. And as we readied ourselves for the inevitable clash, I whispered silently to the stars above, a prayer, a plea. Let us not falter. Let us be guardians of our own destinies. The darkness loomed close, and as we braced ourselves for the storm, one thing was clear: the line between chaos and order would soon be drawn, and we would either stand victorious or fall forever into the abyss. The air crackles with tension like a storm brewing on the horizon, thick and oppressive. I stand at the edge of the Bifrost Bridge, the ethereal colors swirling beneath my feet, a cosmic ribbon connecting worlds, pulsing with the heartbeat of the universe itself. I hear the distant thunder of chaos, feel it in my marrow. The shadows of the cosmos stretch behind me, and I know that every step I take could plunge me into the abyss. I remember the first time I felt its pull. I was a child, lost in the dark woods of my imagination, and the Bifrost shimmered like a mirage, calling to me with a voice both sweet and sinister. Cross me, it whispered, and you will know everything. But knowing is a double-edged sword, and now, as I stand here, the weight of that promise crushes my chest. To my right, Ilara watches, her eyes glazed with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. She's always been the courageous one, the spark of fire in our damp, dreary lives. Her heart beats with the rhythm of 1,000 warriors, yet her hands tremble. I can see the terror in her gaze as she grips the bridge's railing, knuckles white as snow. We're not meant to be here, she says, her voice barely a whisper, but it thunders in my ears. No, I reply, the word sticky on my tongue. But we are. The Bifrost Bridge is more than a passage, it's a threshold, one that separates the mundane from the extraordinary, the living from the echoes of the past. I remember the tales my grandmother told me, how this bridge bore the weight of myths, each step a communion with the gods. Fear knits itself into the fabric of my being as I look into the abyss below. The colors swirl and shift, a sickening kaleidoscope of what might be, the underbelly of hope and despair. Each hue is a memory, an unfinished story that claws at my mind. I can almost hear the whispers of those who crossed before us, their lives snuffed out like candles in a storm. They all fell, I say quietly, more to myself than to Ilara. They fell into madness. And then there's Dorian, our reluctant companion, pacing behind us, his thoughts a tempest I can't quite read. He's always been the anchor, a voice of reason amidst the chaos, yet now he feels as fragile as a porcelain doll. We shouldn't have taken this path, he mutters, his brows knit with the burden of doubt. What if we can't come back? Then we'll burn this bridge behind us, Ilara snaps, her voice sharp enough to cut through the fog. I see the flicker of a flame igniting in Dorian's eyes, a spark of rebellion against the shadows that loom, waiting for us to falter. Burning won't change what's coming, he shoots back, but even in his words, there's a tremor, a crack in his steely facade. You can't outrun fate. Fate. The word hangs heavy in the air, a ghost taunting us with its inevitability. I remember my dreams, the ones that came at night, vivid and alive, dreams of walking this very bridge, of slipping through the cracks of reality, of encountering the specters of regrets and lost opportunities. I remember chasing after the light, only to find darkness staring back, a void that whispered my name like a lover's sigh. As if summoned by my thoughts, the winds change. A chilling gust sweeps across the bridge, causing Ilara to shiver. It's colder, she murmurs, glancing over her shoulder, as if the air itself carries the weight of our fears. I can feel the bridge shift beneath us, a living entity trembling under the burden of our collective doubt, each heartbeat resonating like a drum in the stillness. Look, I say, pointing toward the horizon, where the sky bleeds into a tapestry of colors more vivid than any sunset I've ever seen. It's beautiful. But as soon as the words leave my lips, I feel the darkness creeping back in, the beauty tainted with an undertone of dread. Dorian's gaze hardens. Beauty can be a trap. His voice is low, an echo of something deeper, the struggle of a man torn between longing and fear. He steps closer to the edge, as if daring the universe to swallow him whole. What if we're meant to confront our fears? What if this is our reckoning? Ilara shakes her head, the fire in her spirit flickering uncertainly. I don't want to confront anything. I want to escape. Her voice breaks, shattering the tense silence like glass. I reach out, wanting to bridge the chasm forming between us, but the fear is too thick, like fog wrapping around our hearts. I remember the childhood tales, how the Bifrost was a promise, a way to find the lost parts of ourselves. But now, standing on its vibrant surface, it feels more like a trial, each step a question that reverberates through time. Will we emerge whole, or will we unravel like the threads of a worn tapestry? In that moment, a shift occurs, a flicker of understanding passes between us. We are not just crossing a bridge, we are crossing the very boundaries of who we are. The weight of our choices presses down like storm clouds, and I can almost taste the electricity in the air, a prelude to the storm that will surely come. Let's just keep moving, I say, the words spilling out in a rush. One step at a time. And so we walk, our feet guided by the whispers of our hearts, the colors swirling beneath us like untold stories waiting to be written. But with each step, I feel the shadows lengthening, the cosmos watching, waiting for us to falter. Because the Bifrost Bridge is more than a passage, it is a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our most fervent hopes. A bridge that promises connection, yet tempts with the abyss. I clutch Ilara's hand, feeling the warmth of her determination against the chill of doubt that encroaches on all sides. I look back at Dorian, and for a fleeting moment, I see the wild man he could have been, the one unafraid to embrace the chaos. And so we walk, hearts racing, breaths mingling with the cosmic winds as the bridge beneath us breathes and pulses, a living testament to our struggle against the tides of fate. The night is still young, and there are shadows yet to face, but our journey has only just begun, and every heartbeat leads us deeper into the unknown. The wind howled like a banshee, shrieking through the cracks of the dilapidated hut, where shadows danced and flickered, the flickering flames of the hearth casting an ominous glow. It was an inconceivably cold night, the kind that gnawed at your bones and sent shivers into the very marrow of your soul. In this moment, time seemed suspended, thick and oppressive, each heartbeat drowning in a sea of dread. The air was pregnant with anticipation, a raw tension that vibrated like a taut string about to snap. I remember the way she cried, a cacophony of pain and fear that pierced the night, reverberating through the walls like a death knell. Her name was Freya, a name whispered in reverence and scorn, a vessel of unfathomable power and the weight of worlds. She held the throes of creation in her hands, yet all she felt was the crushing weight of despair, a dichotomy that rendered her both queen and captive, the mother of gods and the harbinger of doom. The flickering shadows twisted around her, reflecting the turmoil within, her heart caught in a tempest, each throb echoing the cries of her unborn child, a signal that danced on the edge of life and death. And then there was Odin, looming in the doorway like a spectre, his rugged form silhouetted against the night. The All-Father. The weight of existence rested on his shoulders, yet he was tethered to this moment by fear and desperation. I remember how his breath came in harsh gasps, his face a mask of stoicism, yet his eyes, those deep, all-seeing wells, betrayed a wildness, a flicker of uncertainty. He was a god of war, a smith of fate, yet here he stood, a father wrestling with the unknown, every nerve ending alive with anxiety. He clenched his fists, the bones of his hands white with the pressure of a world crashing down around him. Freya, he called, and the name hung in the air, heavy with gravity. Hold on! As if the very heavens would part for her at his command. The irony twisted a knife in the gut. I remember feeling the chill of that irony, how it seeped into my bones. The gods were supposed to be mighty, invincible, yet here they were, shackled by the fragility of life. Do you feel it? Freya gasped, her voice raw, barely a whisper. It's unlike anything, a storm, a fire. He stepped closer, the distance between gods and mortals collapsing, the lines blurred by the intensity of her gaze. Their eyes locked, an electric current pulsing between them. Fear, love, desperation, it all surged in a tidal wave, crashing against the shores of their souls. Yes, he replied, barely above a breath, but we must keep it at bay. The air quivered with the promise of something monumental, something that could alter the course of time itself. The birth of Heimdall, a being destined to stand sentinel at the edges of worlds, a guardian with the sight to pierce through darkness. But in this moment, it was not destiny that held sway, it was raw, unfiltered emotion, a tempest within their hearts. Freya writhed on the makeshift bed, her body a battlefield, every wave of pain a reminder of the sacrifices made, the bloody war fought in silence. I can't do this, she cried, a plea mingling with the echoes of her strength, a paradox. But Odin reached for her, his touch steady, a lifeline in the storm. You can. You must. For him. The tension crackled, a living thing pulsing in the night. The shadows deepened, cloaked in secrets and fears unspoken. The moon hung low, a silent witness to their struggle, its light filtering through the cracks, illuminating the sacred space where life danced on a razor's edge. I remember, Freya gasped, the day I felt him stir. It was like the first breath of spring after the longest winter. Hope and despair, tangled in one heartbeat. And yet, even as she spoke of hope, the shadows whispered of ruin. For every birth comes the spectre of death, and fate is a merciless mistress. Odin's breath matched the cadence of her pain, a rhythmic reminder of the bond they shared, the love that had forged a path through the chaos of their lives. You are stronger than the tides, Freya. Remember the storms we've weathered. But what of the storm to come? The very fabric of their futures was unraveling, threads fraying, each moment a potential harbinger of chaos. Oh, Odin, she breathed, her voice laced with an exquisite blend of agony and resolve. What if we fail? The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. Then, softly, Odin replied, we won't. A moment stretched, taut and trembling, as she grasped the truth buried deep within her. She was not just a vessel but a warrior, and in that instance, strength surged through her veins, a phoenix rising from the ashes. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, shadows dancing with intensity as the moment curled into itself. I could feel the weight of their hopes, their fears. It was tangible, a living echo that reverberated deep within the marrow of my being. And then came the first wail, a cry that shattered the tension, ringing out into the night, a clarion call that signaled the dawn of something extraordinary. Heimdall had arrived, a fragile new life, yet already so much more than mortal understanding could grasp. Odin, look! Freya gasped, eyes wide, tears mingling with laughter, pain morphing into something beautiful. But I remember the shadows shifting, the echoes of ancient prophecies weaving ominously in the distance. This was not merely a birth, it was the birth of a legacy, a harbinger of destiny, and with it, a weight too profound to comprehend. What joys awaited? What sorrows lurked just beyond the veil? In that moment, as the firelight flickered and shadows twisted in the corners of the hut, the universe held its breath. And I, a mere observer caught in the tempest of their emotions, felt it too, the echo of infinity, the promise of a journey that had just begun. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a storm on the brink. One moment, the world stood still, and then it exploded into chaos. I stood at the edge of the Bifrost, the bridge shimmering with colors that felt far too alive, too wild. Beneath my feet, the shimmering surface pulsed like a heartbeat, reminding me of what was at stake. The 9 realms trembled, caught in their own silences, waiting for something terrible to break free. I remembered my brother, Rolf, his laughter echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. Life is just a series of bridges, he used to say, you either cross them or watch them burn. He never understood the fear that gripped my soul, that pulled at my very core like an unyielding shadow. Now, as I peered into the void below, the memory twisted into a bitter reminder. I was terrified of crossing, terrified of what lay beyond. A sound shattered the stillness, a low rumble, like the growl of a distant beast, reverberating through the air. My heart raced as I turned, eyes scanning the horizon. There stood Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, cloaked in the glow of impending doom. His eyes, sharp and piercing as the steel of a sword, surveyed the realms with a weary intensity that spoke of ancient burdens. I could see the weight of eternity pressing against his shoulders, a titan holding back the night, yet I felt something else, a flicker of doubt, a shimmer of vulnerability. Do you hear it? He asked, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the cosmic void. The call of the Gjallarhorn. It was a sound that could awaken the dead. I could only nod, my throat dry, words strangled by fear. And then I saw her, Lyra, my fierce and unyielding sister, with hair like fire and a spirit that could ignite the night. Her face was a storm of determination, but behind her resolve lurked a shadow, an echo of past choices, of paths taken that could not be undone. "We can't let them through," she shouted, her voice surging with a desperation that clung to the air like smoke. "We need to hold the line, Heimdall. We can't let them breach the realms." But what line was there to hold when the very fabric of reality trembled? I could see glimpses of our past, moments woven together by laughter and tears, memories tainted by the knowledge of what was to come. I felt the weight of her fear, the deep-rooted belief that her strength alone could save us. It pulled at me like gravity, and I yearned to reach out, to bridge the distance between us, yet found myself immobilized by my own uncertainties. Rolf believed in bridges, not walls, I whispered, more to myself than to them. The words hung like a ghost, a specter of everything I had lost. But as they slipped from my lips, Heimdall turned, an ember of recognition flickering in his gaze. "Sometimes, the bridges must burn," he said, his voice carrying the gravitas of 1,000 years. "Sometimes, to build anew, we must sacrifice the old." The rumble grew louder, more insistent, as if the realms themselves were crying out, urging us to act. I could feel the weight of Heimdall's words, the haunting echo that reverberated through my very being, the call to arms, a beckoning to confront the fears that lay festering beneath the surface like a serpent ready to strike. The Bifrost quaked, and with it, my thoughts scrambled to make sense of a world spiraling into chaos. Lyra's eyes flashed with resolve as she took a step closer to Heimdall. "What do we do?" she demanded, her voice trembling with the rawness of desperation. "We can't let them take our home. We can't let them take us." Heimdall straightened, the weight of divinity clashing with the fragility of hope. "We fight," he declared, the words ringing with haunting finality. "But we must also remember who we are. These realms are not just what we defend, they're what we are. We can't lose ourselves in battle." The air grew taut, the silence stretching like a tightly wound string of fate, waiting for the inevitable snap. I felt the pulse of the cosmos quicken beneath me, a heartbeat that mirrored my own, infused with the bittersweet knowledge of what was to come. The shadows danced on the edge of my vision, whispering secrets of despair, of longing, of dreams eclipsed by the haunting specter of loss. I remember the nights spent under the stars, sharing dreams and fears with Rolf and Lyra. The stars hold our stories, I had told them. They're the bridge between our past and our future. But now, as the darkness loomed, those stories felt frail, fragile against the onslaught of what was to come. "Stand with me," Heimdall urged, his voice a fierce whisper, a rallying cry that wrapped around us like a protective veil. "This is our moment. We are the guardians, the lifeblood of these realms. We will fight for every star, every heartbeat." And in that moment, as the world trembled with unyielding anticipation, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, a defiance against despair, a stubborn belief that we could still find our way. The Bifrost shone fiercely beneath our feet, a beacon illuminating our darkest fears. Time stretched and warped, the fabric of reality fraying at the edges. My breath quickened, and I could hear the pulse of history resonating in my veins. With each heartbeat, I felt the weight of the cosmos, the joys, the sorrows, the echoes of 1,000 choices made long before us. We stood together on the brink, ready to confront the shadows that threatened to engulf us. The Gjallarhorn's call rose, piercing the silence with an eerie clarity, and the darkness began to shift. The realms were waking, the echoes of forgotten battles whispering through time. As the first shadows breached the horizon, I understood, we were more than mere guardians. We were the heartbeat of Yggdrasil itself, woven into its very fabric, and together, we would confront whatever awaited us. I could feel the ghost of Rolf beside me, the laughter echoing in my heart, urging me forward. We would fight, we would stand, and somehow, we would find our way through the storm. The Bifrost shimmered, whispering secrets of courage and sacrifice, preparing us for the chaos that would soon unfold. The 9 realms held their breath, and so did I, standing on the precipice of destiny, waiting for the moment to ignite. I remember the night when the stars blinked out, one by one, swallowed whole by an unseen hunger. A chill swept through the air, a whisper of something ancient, something waiting just beyond our mere existence. The shadows grew longer, curling around the stones of Asgard like hungry serpents. I could feel it, something electric, something inevitable. The world held its breath, caught in the fragile web of fate. Heimdall stood at the edge of the Bifrost, the shimmering bridge that linked the realms, his golden hair glowing like the first light of dawn. His gaze pierced the dark, a sentinel of worlds, vigilant against the encroaching chaos. The cold wind tugged at his cloak, urging him to turn away, to flee from the night's deepening dread. But Heimdall was born for this, a guardian, a watcher, with senses honed to the sharpness of the finest blade. He could hear the rustle of grass in Midgard, the heartbeat of a frightened child, the distant cries of warriors long fallen. He could feel the weight of destiny, a burden made heavier with each heartbeat, each breath. Then there was Sif, fierce and unyielding, with eyes that held the storm. She stood not far from Heimdall, her hair a cascade of gold that shone even in the encroaching night. Sif had witnessed creation, the delicate dance of the cosmos, and the bitter sting of loss. A warrior at heart, she had fought for everything she treasured, and now, with the darkness creeping closer, her spirit trembled like the taut bowstring ready to snap. "Heimdall," she called, her voice a mixture of challenge and fear. "What do you see?" Heimdall's gaze flickered back to her, the tension between them a living thing. The past loomed large, a shared history of battles fought, laughter shared, and unspoken confessions buried beneath layers of duty. "I see the end and the beginning," he replied, his voice steady but laced with the tension of prophecy. "I see the threads of fate weaving tighter, a tapestry of conflict and creation." Without warning, the ground beneath them shook, and a harrowing sound echoed through the air, a roar that felt like the very voice of the void itself. A fracture opened in the sky, a rip in the fabric of existence, revealing shadows that reached for them like skeletal fingers. Sif's heart raced, a drumbeat of fear and rage. "We cannot let this happen," she shouted, her voice fierce yet cracking, as if the weight of everything they had fought against might crush her spirit. Heimdall stepped closer, his presence a solid wall against the impending chaos. "We are the guardians," he said, a mantra against despair. "But what if the very fabric we protect unravels? What if we are merely threads, woven into a pattern we cannot control?" Each word hung heavy, a question that echoed in the silence. In that moment, the air thickened with tension. The sky churned like a boiling sea, and the stars seemed to weep. Sif's mind raced, memories flooding back unbidden. The laughter of children, the warm hearth of home, the touch of love lost to calamity. "I remember," she whispered, as if the act of speaking could fend off the gathering darkness. "I remember when everything was whole, before the giants and the treachery. Before," her voice faltered, choked by emotion. Heimdall, too, was haunted. He knew the threads of their lives were interwoven with sorrow and despair. They were not just protectors, they were ensnared in the very fate they sought to defend. "No one is free of this burden," he said, and in the bleakness of that moment, his soul bared itself, raw and exposed. "I am tethered to the sound of the Gjallarhorn, a call that echoes through the ages. But what if the call never comes? What if we are left to face the darkness alone?" Their breaths mingled in the frigid air, a fragile warmth against the encroaching cold. In the distance, a flicker, a spark of hope. Or a cruel trick of the mind. Sif reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, seeking connection in the chaos. "We stand together. We have to believe that there is a way back, a path to light even when the night is at its darkest. I cannot do this alone." The desperation in her voice clashed with the fierce determination in her heart. Heimdall's heart thundered against his chest, each pulse a reminder of the weight of their duty, their shared plight. Together, he echoed, a vow forged in the flames of uncertainty. They were warriors, after all, forged in the crucible of a world that thrummed with danger. He took a step closer, their gazes locked, a moment suspended in time, a flicker of connection that felt like a lifeline. As if in response to their unspoken bond, the skies roared once more, rage and despair intertwined. The shadows grew thicker, swirling around them, a tempest of uncertainty that promised to consume everything. But in that chaos, something stirred, a flicker of defiance, a spark of resilience igniting between them. Time stretched, each second aching with significance. It was a reminder that the cosmos cared not for their struggles, the grand design unfurling like a tapestry imbued with both beauty and horror. They stood on the brink, not just of destruction, but of a creation reborn from the ashes of despair. And as the darkness loomed, Heimdall raised his hand, a gesture both defiant and desperate. The Gjallarhorn pulsed at his side, a silent promise that echoed through the night, a call to arms, a herald of hope. "We are not just threads, we are the weavers," he declared, his voice cutting through the suffocating darkness. "Together, we will shape our fate." In that moment, the world held its breath again, poised on the precipice of change. Their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm that echoed through the cosmos. Shadows danced around them, but they stood firm, resolute. What lay ahead was unknown, a swirling chaos of creation and destruction, but they would face it together, guardians of the night, warriors of the dawn. And the story, like the stars above, would continue to unfold, a tapestry woven in blood and light. The air crackled with tension, a suffocating silence falling over the looming cliffs of Gjallarhorn. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows danced like phantoms in the twilight. The wind carried whispers of impending doom, and every breath felt like a desperate plea. I was not alone. Beside me, Freya gripped her sword, knuckles white against the hilt. Her eyes, usually vibrant pools of emerald, were now stormy clouds. She was a fierce warrior, yet I could feel the weight of her dread, the kind that clings to your bones and gnaws at your resolve. "Heimdall sees everything," she murmured, her voice trembling. "But does he care?" I remembered the stories, how he stood watch over the Bifrost, the shimmering bridge between worlds. His golden horn, Gjallarhorn, was said to echo through the realms, a sound that heralded the end and the beginning. But standing here, in the shivering dusk, I began to doubt the tales. What good was sight when it left you powerless? I could feel the heat of Freya's rage simmering just below the surface, an ember threatening to ignite. Above us, the sky shifted, the stars flickering like candles in a storm. It was as if the cosmos themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a signal, a cue to unleash chaos. I looked at her, and her fierce determination ignited something in me, a spark against the overwhelming despair. "We can't just stand here, Freya. We have to act." Her eyes narrowed, and for a moment, I saw the torment there. She had lost so much, her brother, her home, her very essence. Each loss laid upon her like velvet shadows, suffocating yet intoxicating in their darkness. And what if Heimdall fails us? What if he's simply a spectator in this grand theater of gods and monsters? The question hung in the air, dense, suffocating. I felt it, too, the nagging fear that perhaps all was for naught, that the fates had twisted our paths into an inescapable web. Time seemed to stretch and contract, a cruel mockery of our efforts. I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a reminder that even the bravest warriors are haunted by doubt. Then came the vibration, a low rumble that thrummed through the ground, resonating deep within us. I felt it in my bones, a signal, a warning. The moment shattered like glass, and we turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, Heimdall himself, his presence radiant and unnerving. His golden hair caught the light, almost blinding. He was the epitome of power, yet there was something chilling about his gaze. It felt like he was peering into the very depths of our souls, assessing our worth and our fragility. "Why do you linger in the dark?" he asked, voice smooth as silk yet edged with something sharp, a knife concealed beneath the surface. "Do you not trust in the watchful eye that sees all?" Freya stepped forward, fury igniting her words. "What do you see, Heimdall? Do you see the suffering? The pain? Or are you simply an observer, detached from the clamor of existence?" His gaze hardened, and for a brief moment, I wondered if he felt the weight of her accusation. Did he understand the agony that churned beneath our skin? "I see more than you know," he replied, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "But seeing does not mean acting. There are forces at play that even I cannot control." I felt the ground shift beneath me, an unsettling reminder that our power was limited, our choices tethered to unseen threads. Memories of my own past clawed at my mind, choices made in desperation, moments of heart-wrenching pain. I remember the day I turned my back on everything I had known, driven by a desperate need for redemption, the kind that never truly arrives. "Then what are we to do?" I demanded, the words spilling from my lips like poison. "Stand by as the world crumbles? Watch as heroes fall, Heimdall's eyes flashed, a storm brewing behind them. "You must choose," he said, voice barely above a whisper, yet echoing like thunder in my chest. "Choose to embrace the darkness or to rise above it." Freya's sword glinted in the fading light, a beacon of defiance. I needed to believe in her strength, in our strength. But the weight of doubt threatened to crush me, each moment stretching longer than eternity. The cosmos, vast and indifferent, loomed above us as if mocking our plight. "Time is a fickle ally," Heimdall continued, his tone softer now, almost haunting. "It bends and warps. You must learn to navigate its currents." And in that moment, I understood. Time was not linear, it spiraled and twisted like the threads of fate themselves. Every decision was a turn in the spiral, every moment a chance to change everything or nothing. We were all ghosts of our past, echoes of who we once were, and the weight of our choices hung heavy in the air. What if we fail? Freya's voice broke, raw and fierce, a plea wrapped in desperation. "Then in failing, you will find your truth," Heimdall replied, the gravity of his words wrapping around us like a shroud. "And sometimes, that is all we ever seek." I felt the tension shift, a fragile thread weaving hope into the despair. Perhaps the darkness was not the end, but a new beginning, a chance to reclaim what was lost. The air buzzed like the quiet before a storm, electric and alive with possibility. And as the shadows deepened around us, I clutched Freya's hand, our hearts beating in sync, a pulse against the encroaching night. There was a choice to be made, a path to carve in the starlit darkness. In that moment, as Heimdall stood watchful and enigmatic, I realized the truth. The all-seeing guardian's gaze held more than just sight, it held the weight of choice, the power of action, and the potential for redemption. We were not alone, we carried the stories of our ancestors within us, an unbroken chain that pulsed with life. The confrontation we sought loomed closer, it was not just a battle against darkness, but a dance with the very essence of what it means to be human. And in that eerie twilight, I knew this was only the beginning. The world was vast, and the stakes had never been higher. As we prepared to face our fate, shadows swirled, and time, the great enigma, whispered secrets only the brave could hear. The pulse of the universe throbbed in my veins, and I was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The chill of night wrapped around the village like a shroud, a heavy silence settling in the air. A single figure stood at the edge of the woods, heart pounding like war drums. In that stillness, he could hear it, the distant sound of a horn, low and mournful, echoing through the valleys. Gjallarhorn. Heimdall's call to arms. It reverberated deep within him, twisting his gut with a raw, primal fear. This wasn't just a horn, it was a harbinger, a promise of chaos, an omen that made the very ground tremble beneath his feet. I remember standing there, breath caught in my throat. The wind rustled through the branches, a whispering reminder of what was at stake. The sky was starless, an unsettling void as if the cosmos held its breath, too frightened to watch. And yet, there was a flicker of strength within me, a fire ignited by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Just yesterday, I had been a man of simple pleasures, a farmer, a father, a husband. Now? Now I was the reluctant hero poised on the precipice of destiny. His name was Eric, my friend, my brother in arms. We'd shared laughter, dreams, and the occasional mug of mead. Now, as he stepped forward, uncertainty danced in his eyes, shadowed by the weight of responsibility. I could see the struggle within him, a man torn between duty and desire, between his love for his family and the call of the Gjallarhorn that beckoned him toward an unknown fate. "Do you hear it?" Eric's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the tension. "The horn, it's calling for us." I nodded, feeling the tremors of fear shake through me. There was an electrifying urgency to his words, a desperate need to confront whatever darkness awaited us. But deep down, I questioned my resolve. What did I have to fight for? What could I offer in the face of impending doom? And then there was Freya, our fierce warrior sister, whose very spirit lit the night. She arrived like a storm, her presence commanding, and her heart a fierce inferno. She had heard the horn too, she understood its significance, the weight of prophecy and the burden it bore. Freya stood tall, her sword gleaming in the dim light, confidence radiating from her like the sun breaking through the clouds. Yet I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the ghost of fear clinging to her. We had trained for this, prepared our minds and bodies, but when faced with the reality of the horn's call, all preparations felt pitifully inadequate. "I won't lose either of you," Freya vowed, her voice steady, concealing the tempest of emotion raging within her. "We face this together. We must answer the call." I remember her words echoing in my mind, a mantra against the storm. Yet, the weight of the Gjallarhorn pressed down on me, the air thick with anticipation and dread. Each heartbeat was a countdown to a confrontation I wasn't sure I was ready to face. Shadows danced at the edge of the clearing, whispering secrets of battles lost and blood spilled. A chill raced through me as the horn's sonorous bellow pierced the stillness again, longer this time, resonating with the weight of ages. I could almost see the visions of the past, warriors and guardians, standing firm against the tide of darkness, their faces etched in determination, their fates forever entwined with the call of Heimdall. I felt the pulse of their bravery in my veins, an undeniable connection to something greater than myself. But what was bravery without fear? The disbelief in my own worth made the ground tremble beneath my feet. I was no hero. I was a man clinging to the vestiges of a simple life, and the thought of stepping into the maw of chaos sent a shiver racing through my spine. I could only imagine what Eric felt, his family waiting back home, breaths held tight in hope and fear. "Freya," I said, trying to find strength in my voice. "What if we fail? What if we're not enough?" She turned to me, her gaze piercing. "What if we are? What if this is our moment to shine?" Her words lingered in the air, igniting a flicker of hope. Perhaps we were not just pawns in a dark game. Perhaps we were the very sparks that could light the way through the shadows. But darkness was not easily quelled. It was a hungry beast, waiting for the moment when hearts wavered, when resolve could crumble like ancient stone. The horn bled again, shattering the silence like glass. Each resonance sent shudders through the earth, through my very soul. I could smell the damp earth, the moss clinging to trees, the fading warmth of day. It all felt alive, alive with anticipation, alive with fear, alive with the weight of countless souls who had answered the call before us. "Now," Eric said, his voice steadying, strength pouring into his words. "Now we face it. Together." I took a breath, filled my lungs with the crisp, cold air, and nodded. We stepped forward, hearts pounding in unison with the Gjallarhorn's call. The darkness loomed ahead, deceptive and alluring, a siren's call promising solace in surrender. But we were not alone, we were bound by our fears, our hopes, and the haunting echo of Heimdall's horn, urging us onward. And as I stepped into the void, the air thick with dread and anticipation, I remembered every heartbeat, every breath, every fragmented thought. This was not just a confrontation with the darkness, this was a reckoning, a moment where we would either rise or fall together, entwined in fate's merciless grip. No conclusions, only the relentless pull of what lay ahead, an ever-present tension that would weave us all into the fabric of destiny, echoing through the ages, a reminder that every call of the Gjallarhorn was a heartbeat away from becoming a legend. The skies above were bruised, swirling with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Heimdall stood at the edge of the Bifrost, the shimmering bridge that connected the worlds, its colors flickering like a dying ember. Each pulse reverberated through his body, a reminder that danger was not just a distant whisper but a living, breathing presence, coiling in the shadows. He could feel it, the icy grip of dread tightening around his heart, a sense of impending doom that gnawed at his very essence. The silence was suffocating, thick as the fog rolling through the mountains, wrapping around him like a ghostly shroud. A flash of light, sudden and blinding, shattered the stillness. It seared through the air, igniting his senses. He turned, eyes narrowing, scanning the horizon, searching for the source. That was his duty, the Watchman of Asgard, the sentinel responsible for safeguarding the realms from threats that lurked beyond the veil. His vision pierced the ether, he could see the flicker of flame, the darkness crawling, the unmistakable scent of malice. "Don't you dare come here," he whispered, though the words felt more like a plea than a command. He clenched his fists, feeling the earth tremble beneath him, as though it too sensed the rising storm. Across the chasm, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, a spectre of chaos. It was Loki, the trickster, his smile a jagged edge that cut through the tension like glass. Heimdall's heart thumped painfully in his chest. The tension between them crackled like electricity. Loki was not merely an enemy, he was a brother, an echo of love turned to betrayal, a reminder of what had been lost in the labyrinth of their shared history. "I've come to deliver a message," Loki called, his voice smooth, dripping with false sweetness. "Or perhaps a gift?" Heimdall's breath caught, an icy grip on his throat. He remembered the laughter, the joy of simpler times, the moments when Loki wasn't a harbinger of chaos. "Your gifts are as welcome as a serpent in a cradle," he shot back, anger boiling beneath the surface. Loki stepped closer, the shadows clinging to him, wrapping around his form like a lover's embrace. "You always were so quick to judge, dear Heimdall. But what if I told you the end is near?" With each word, Heimdall felt the air thicken. A chill racked his body, an awareness of a deeper truth lurking beneath their clash, a truth so profound it could shatter worlds. "What have you done?" he rasped, the question escaping like a ghost. "Ah, but that's not for me to say," Loki replied, his laughter ringing hollow, echoing in the twilight. "What you do next, dear brother, that is the question." The weight of choice hung like a pendulum, swinging between them, a clock ticking down to a moment of reckoning. Heimdall could feel the pull of destiny, the urge to leap into the unknown, to quell the tempest brewing within. But fear clawed at him, a fierce predator stalking his resolve. He was the Watchman, after all, tasked with guarding the realms. But what use was vigilance when the threat wore the face of family? Somewhere far off, a city lay in ruins, its cries muffled by the distance. The stench of smoke and despair wafted through the air, mingling with the despair weighing down on Heimdall's heart. He had failed before, had watched helplessly as darkness crept into the corners of existence. Each mistake carved a hollow in his soul, a reminder that even the mightiest could falter. "Help me, Heimdall," Loki's tone shifted, raw and vulnerable. "You know I don't desire chaos for chaos's sake. I only wish to be understood." The words cut deeper than any blade. They echoed the truth that lay buried beneath layers of betrayal. Heimdall's glacial facade began to crack, fissures of doubt creeping through. He remembered their shared laughter, the moments of warmth that had once bound them together, the dreams they had spun under the stars before ambition twisted into madness. Loki took another step forward, his expression shifting from mischief to desperation. "I am your brother. Remember the nights we roamed Asgard, the laughter under the northern lights? Can't you feel that connection still?" But Heimdall felt the chains of duty jerk him back, the weight of responsibility anchoring him to the jagged rocks of fate. "Those memories are ghosts, Loki. You've turned our legacy into a nightmare." The air thickened, heavy with unspoken truths and unresolved pain. In that moment, time warped. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a drum of war against the quiet. Heimdall's resolve hardened, he could not waver, for every soul in Asgard hung in the balance. But could he strike against his own blood? The tension twisted, wrapping tighter around his throat. He remembered the ghosts of those lost, the faces stained with shadows. It was not just Asgard he protected, it was every flicker of life, every dream yet to be born. "I will not let you destroy what we built," Heimdall said, his voice steady, yet it trembled with the weight of his emotions, a fragile thread teetering on the edge. Loki's laughter hung in the air, a bitter symphony. "You think you can stop me? The worlds will bow to chaos, and you will be left watching, impotent and alone." Heimdall's heart raced, a wild stallion breaking free. The truth gnawed at him, perhaps it was the chaos that had once felt like freedom, that had ignited their spirits. But Loki's vision was a tempest, a storm that would drown them all. The sky rumbled ominously, the clouds swirling darker. Heimdall could feel the energy shift, a prelude to chaos that echoed through the cosmos. The weight of the decision loomed, and in that moment, as the universe held its breath, he realized, this confrontation was not merely about duty, it was about love twisted into war, a brotherhood splintered by ambition, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. In the silence that followed, a choice hung heavily in the air, a riddle wrapped in shadows. The clock ticked on, relentless, as Heimdall and Loki faced each other, as brothers, as enemies, and as one heartbeat caught in the web of fate. And somewhere in the distance, the faint cry of a city echoed, a desperate plea for salvation, reminding them both that the battle had only just begun. I remember the scream cutting through the night, sharp, like glass shattering against stone, and the way it sent echoes ricocheting off the jagged cliffs of Asgard, where stars hung like whispers in the dark, too distant to intervene. The air tasted like iron and smoke, the ground vibrated beneath my feet, tremors of fear rolling through my chest. It was the moment I knew I was standing at the precipice of chaos, the edge of a storm that had been gathering for lifetimes. And as I turned, I saw him, Heimdall, the Watchman of the Aesir, his golden eyes glowing like molten sun, standing fiercely against the oncoming tide of shadows. His gaze was a tempest. I could feel the weight of his responsibility like a stone crushing my heart, a burden he bore alone, even as the cries of those he protected twisted into a chorus of dread. I wanted to scream back at him. He was too brave, too steadfast, locked in a battle not just against foes outside, but against the ghosts of his own past. The song of the Gjallarhorn echoed in my ears, a siren call, haunting and beautiful, promising salvation yet lurking with unspoken horrors. And then there was me, Freya, the goddess caught in the web of fate, her heart heavy with the choices that tethered her to both Heimdall and the Aesir. I stood there, torn between duty and desire, between the love I felt for the Watchman and the chill that crept into my bones every time I remembered the price of their alliance. I remembered when the world was bursting with laughter, the halls of Valhalla alive with feasting, but now silence wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. Freya. Heimdall's voice sliced through my thoughts, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. We need to prepare. His urgency hung in the air, palpable, like the crackle of lightning before a storm. I felt a rush of adrenaline, a surge of clarity. This was it. We were caught in the crosshairs of destiny, and I could feel the weight of the heavens pressing down on us, demanding sacrifice. Do you hear that? I whispered, and the shadows seemed to thicken with my words. An eerie silence descended, heavy and suffocating, as if the cosmos itself was holding its breath. It was then that I realized the distance between us, the Aesir, the gods, and those they called their own, was a chasm deeper than the oceans, darker than the void. Heimdall's eyes flickered with determination, but there was a flash of something else there, a flicker of fear that ghosted across his brow, as if he too felt the weight of the countless souls watching us from beyond the veil. My heart twisted. Could he feel my turmoil? Did he see the conflict that raged within me, the ache that came from knowing my love for him could spell doom for us all? I stepped closer, heart racing, each beat echoing against the backdrop of impending doom. What if, I hesitated, fear clawing at my throat, what if this is all a trap? What if Heimdall's gaze pinned me, fierce and unwavering? I will not let them take you, Freya. You are more than a pawn in their game. There was a heat to his words, a resolute promise that set my skin alight. But beneath the surface, the flicker of doubt grew. What if he was wrong? What if, in his fierce determination to protect me, he led us both to ruin? I remember the conversations we had, late at night beneath the stars, when we exchanged hopes and dreams like fragile glass. I'd told him of my visions, of the rainbow bridge spanning realms, of the day we would stand united against the darkness. But the darkness was here, now, breathing down our necks, and the weight of our dreams felt like a noose tightening around our throats. Suddenly, shadows surged forward, billowing like smoke, and I felt the air thicken with malice. I could see the figures emerging, grotesque and twisted, their laughter a cruel mockery that seeped into my bones. I gasped, the fear igniting a primal instinct within me. Heimdall! I screamed, reaching for him, my heart pounding in tune with the chaos unraveling before us. He moved like lightning, every muscle coiling with purpose as he brandished his sword. But I saw the flicker of vulnerability in his stance, the way his shoulders slumped for just a moment. The burden was too great, even for him. I reached out, desperate to close the distance between us, to show him that he didn't have to carry this weight alone. Together! I shouted, my voice rising above the din, clinging to hope like a lifeline. The shadows converged, a tide of darkness surging, but we stood side by side, the Aesir and the goddess, hearts intertwined against fate. Fear crackled in the air, a living entity that thrummed in the space between us, but still, we held our ground. I could see the flicker of recognition in Heimdall's eyes, a realization that we were stronger together, even in our brokenness. It was then that I felt it, the pulse of something greater than us, the heartbeat of the cosmos thrumming in time with our own. The connection we shared was a thread woven through the fabric of existence, a bond that transcended time and space. It was terrifying and beautiful, a fragile promise wrapped in raw intensity. But the shadows lunged, fangs bared, and I could sense the desperation in Heimdall's movements, the way his sword sliced through the air, yet I felt the tremor in his hand. There, in that moment of chaos, that raw fragility, I saw the truth. We were but players in a game too vast to comprehend, battling not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were. And through it all, I remembered the stars, the laughter, the quiet moments beneath the endless sky. I remembered the fragile dreams we spun together, and the aching hope that flickered like a candle in the dark. But hope alone wouldn't save us. As the shadows loomed closer, I felt the chasm widening, between love and duty, between the past and the future. I reached for Heimdall's hand, and for a brief moment, the world faded away. But even as our fingers brushed, the shadows surged, and I realized that the battle was only beginning, an echo of the storm that thundered beyond the horizon, a war we could not escape. Together, always together, yet utterly alone. The air crackled, heavy with the tension of an unspoken battle, a storm brewing in the shadows of Asgard. I could feel it in my bones, a whisper of dread curling in my gut like smoke from a dying fire. Heimdall stood at the edge of Bifrost, eyes blazing with an inner light, but even the mightiest guardian felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him like a mountain. He was the sentinel, the all-seeing watcher, and yet, in this moment, he was blind to the truth, his own heart. Odin, the All-Father, cloaked in a shroud of authority and arrogance, towered behind him, a spectre of power that cast an ominous shadow over Heimdall's resolve. "You trust me, don't you?" Odin's voice thrummed with an unsettling calm, yet it echoed like a death knell in the silence, reverberating through the very fabric of their bond, each word slicing deeper than any sword. But Heimdall, oh, Heimdall, his heart flickered like a candle in a storm, doubt gnawing at the edges of his loyalty. "Trust," he murmured, barely audible, as if the very concept might shatter under the weight of spoken truth. I remember the way the wind howled, laden with the scent of distant blood and broken oaths. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting, watching, like the eyes of the cosmos had turned away in sorrow. Beneath the swirling clouds, Heimdall's mind raced, images flickering by like old film reels, the laughter of children, the warmth of a shared hearth, the thrill of battle. But woven through the nostalgia was a thread of foreboding, memories tainted by whispers of betrayal. "What have you done?" he finally gasped, the question tumbling from his lips like shattered glass. Odin's expression darkened, the flicker of uncertainty crossing his face faster than light. He stepped forward, and with each stride, the air thickened, charged with the weight of unfulfilled promises and unshed tears. "I did what must be done," he growled, a tempest threatening to erupt from his very core. "For the sake of all realms, for the sake of our people." But Heimdall felt the tremor in his voice, a crack in the facade, and it ignited a fire within him. A sacrifice? Or a betrayal? The words were a knife, sharp and honest, and Heimdall could feel the blood on his own hands as he spoke them. Everything he had ever known was spiraling into chaos, and he was standing at the precipice, staring into the abyss. Odin's eyes, stormy and fierce, held a tempest of their own. "You don't understand," he hissed, the desperation clawing at his heart. "They would come for us, for everything we built. You would destroy your own to save your throne." Heimdall's voice cut through the air like thunder, each syllable punctuated with pain and rage. "You would sacrifice your own blood." For a fleeting moment, the cosmos held its breath. Time stretched, reality bending under the gravity of words spoken from the depths of the soul. The silence was suffocating, wrapping around them like a noose. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, the rhythm of a pendulum swinging toward a moment of reckoning. I remember the feeling of time slipping away, like grains of sand falling through my fingers, impossibly fast, each grain a cherished memory tainted by the spectre of betrayal. Heimdall could see the flicker of fear in Odin's gaze, as fleeting as a candle flame against the night. The All-Father was not invincible, he was a man, flawed, desperate, and imperfect. It struck me then, a realization that cut deeper than any sword had. Beneath that crown of gold, beneath the weight of endless decisions, lay a heart that trembled with the burden of solitude and fear. Would he ever truly see, or was he too far lost in his own ambitions? "Look at what you have become," Heimdall whispered, his voice thick with the weight of sorrow. "You preach of salvation, yet you sow the seeds of destruction." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with an unspoken truth that resonated deep within the very fabric of their history. And then came the moment, the breath before the storm, the flicker before the flame. Odin's expression hardened, the mask of the ruler slipping back into place. "You think you can question me?" His voice was low, a rumble of thunder that promised upheaval. "Your loyalty is a fickle thing, Heimdall. It sways with the winds of fear and uncertainty. Do not test my patience." But Heimdall stood his ground, defiance radiating from him like a beacon. Patience? Or complacency? He looked beyond Odin, to the horizon where the sky met the earth, where the sun fought to break free from the chains of night. "I remember the days when we fought side by side. When honor meant something. When love for our kin meant more than power. And in that moment, the cosmos seemed to shift, the very stars holding their breath. The weight of their history crashed down around them, a tidal wave of shared experiences surging forward. I could feel the bitterness and the longing echoing through their words, the ghosts of their past dancing just beyond reach. "Do not forget who you are." Odin roared, the storm in his voice building to a crescendo. "You are the Watcher? The Guardian?" But even as he spoke, I heard the tremor beneath his bravado, a crack in the armor of a god. "I am a guardian of truth," Heimdall replied, his voice steady, unwavering. "And the truth is a bitter pill to swallow." The air rippled with the intensity of their emotions, tangled like vines around their hearts, squeezing tighter with every breath. And I felt the darkness creeping in, a specter lurking just out of sight, waiting for the moment when it could claim them both. I remember the night sky, endless and indifferent, as if the universe itself had turned its back on them. The stars blinked, the echoes of their impending doom whispering through the endless void. In that moment, everything shifted, and I knew that something irrevocable would break, something sacred, something that would change them forever. The confrontation spiraled into an abyss, their souls laid bare, hearts raw and exposed. The darkness loomed, a tangible presence, threatening to swallow them whole. And I could feel it, the weight of their pain, their fear, their love, a storm waiting to break. In that silence, in that breathless moment, I realized their bond was a double-edged sword, love entwined with betrayal, loyalty shadowed by doubt. As they stood at the edge of an unfathomable chasm, I knew their fate was tangled with the fabric of the cosmos, every heartbeat echoing into eternity. And just as the night seemed to swallow the last ray of hope, the air thickened with tension, the world holding its breath for what was to come. Like stars in the dark, their destinies intertwined, and I couldn't look away. The sun hung low over Asgard, a blood-orange orb against a bruised sky, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of impending doom. I stood there, breathless, as the air thickened with the scent of fear, a metallic tang that clung to my throat like an uninvited guest. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, stood at the edge of reality, his golden eyes glimmering like shards of broken glass. "I can hear them," he murmured, voice strained, eyes scanning the horizon where darkness loomed. "They approach." I remember the way his hands trembled, not from cowardice, but from a deep-seated dread, a fear that gnawed at the edges of his radiant confidence. This was a man who had seen the end of worlds, yet in this moment, he felt the weight of the cosmos upon his shoulders. A warrior, yes, but also a keeper of secrets too profound for mortal minds. Beside him, Sigyn, her heart a flurry of chaos, clutched the hem of her dress as if it were a lifeline. Her face was a canvas of anguish, eyes wide, lips trembling. In her gaze lay a storm of emotions, love, fear, and a longing that felt like a dark abyss threatening to swallow her whole. "Heimdall," she whispered, voice hoarse with urgency, "what if this time, it's different? What if we lose everything? Loss." The word hung between them, heavy, suffocating. It twisted inside me, making my throat tight, because I knew loss too, knew it in my bones. The aching memories of faces now ghosts, the haunting echo of laughter silenced forever. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that they could withstand the oncoming tide, but the truth was a snarling beast, clawing at reason. A flicker of movement caught Heimdall's eye. His breath hitched, a shadow of something ancient and terrible cutting through the vibrant colors of Asgard. They come. The words seemed to echo, resonating through my very core, and I felt a chill run down my spine, each heartbeat a drumroll announcing the chaos to come. Sigin's hand reached for him, trembling but resolute. Together, she said, her voice a shield against the encroaching darkness. We face it together. But even as she spoke, the ground beneath us trembled, a reminder that hope is a fragile thing, easily crushed underfoot. Time twisted around us, a serpentine coil that would not let go. I remember the stories whispered in the shadows, tales of Ragnarök, the end foretold, the final battle where gods and giants would clash, where the sky would burn and the earth would weep. But here, in this moment, it felt less like a prophecy and more like an execution. As the first echoes of war drums thundered from beyond the horizon, Heimdall's stance shifted. His resolve hardened, but his eyes, my gods, those eyes, betrayed him. I cannot falter, he murmured, almost to himself. Not now. Not for them. And I felt the ache of his burden. This was no longer about saving worlds, this was about saving the pieces of himself he had scattered like breadcrumbs through time. What was it like to be a sentinel, knowing you alone stood between light and darkness? To be the last beacon in a world spiraling toward oblivion? The shadows thickened, swirling around us like smoke from a dying fire. I caught a glimpse of Loki's wretched grin, lurking just beyond the veil, a reminder of the treachery that could tear apart even the strongest of bonds. Sigin's hand tightened around Heimdall's, her love was a lifeline, yet even love could be a razor's edge. I remember, I whispered softly, longing for the warmth of simpler days, the laughter echoing through Asgard's halls. I remember when the stars felt safe. He looked at me then, as if recognizing the weight of my memories, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in his heart. Would he hold on to what he cherished, or would he sacrifice it all for the sake of a world that had turned its back? An explosion of sound shattered the silence, the roar of giants, the clash of metal on metal. The ground erupted beneath our feet. It begins! Heimdall shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony, echoing with a fierce determination that ignited something deep within me. But Sigyn staggered, eyes wide with horror. What if it's too late? The words clawed at the air, pulling at the tender threads of hope, unraveling the very fabric of resolve. The clouds above roiled, darkening, a cosmic storm brewing as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Time fractured around us, memories swirling, whispers of the past mingling with the uncertain future. I could almost taste the desperation, a bitter tang on my tongue. Heimdall gripped her shoulders, grounding her, as if his touch could anchor them both against the gale of uncertainty. We fight, he said, the words spilling forth like a promise, a lifeline thrown into the depths of despair. Together, we fight. And for a fleeting heartbeat, I saw the flicker of a plan ignite in their eyes, a spark of defiance against the overwhelming tide. But the darkness pressed in, a weight that threatened to smother every ounce of light. I felt it then, the despair creeping back. Memories flashed, smiling faces, laughter, love, but even those sweet moments twisted into painful reminders of what was at stake. Each heartbeat became a countdown, each breath a prayer, and the world around us faded into shadows. The clash of swords rang out, a symphony of chaos, as the giants surged forward, and I could see it, could feel it, the weight of fate pressing down upon Heimdall and Sigyn. They were two souls bound by love, yet haunted by the spectre of loss. The stakes were higher than ever, and the cost could be everything. Then, as the sky split open with fury, illuminating the darkness with blinding light, I realized we were not simply witnesses to this calamity. We were part of it, entwined in the chaotic dance of prophecy and fate, and the conclusion was far from clear. The battle raged on, the cries of the fallen echoing in the chasms of my mind, leaving only one thought: would they rise, or would they fall? And as I stood there, heart pounding, with the echoes of their vows swirling around me, I knew that the story was far from over. It lingered, unfinished, a haunting melody in the air, a promise still waiting to be fulfilled. The true battle had yet to unfold, and we were all mere players on this twisted stage, waiting for the curtain to rise once more. The air crackles like a live wire, charged with dread, as if the sky itself is holding its breath. The clamor of war drums shakes the earth beneath us, and I can feel the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. They call it Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods, the end of everything. I stand at the precipice of fate, my heart racing, each thump reverberating in my ears, a desperate echo against the cacophony of chaos unfolding around me. Heimdall stands tall, glimmering like a beacon in the night, his golden hair a fiery halo beneath the stormy skies. His eyes are unblinking, sharp and piercing, seeing everything, every flicker of movement, every dark corner where betrayal might lurk. Time itself appears to pause in his presence. He is the Watchman, the guardian of the Bifrost, sworn to protect Asgard against the impending darkness. But what weight does duty carry when the very fabric of the cosmos trembles on the brink of destruction? I remember the day I first laid eyes on him, a moment suspended in time, almost sepulchral. He was standing on the Rainbow Bridge, light cascading around him like a waterfall, a stark contrast to the shadows creeping into our lives. "It is my duty," he said, his voice a melody entwined with sorrow. "But duty has a cost." I remember the look in his eyes then, a mixture of resolve and fear. I often wondered what burden he bore beneath that warrior's exterior. But here we are, the air thick with the scent of ash and blood, the cries of anguish rising like a poisonous fog. I glance at Loki, a figure cloaked in mischief and tragedy, his face twisted in a grimace that is all too familiar. Betrayal has always been his shadow, but in this moment, he is something more, an unwilling hero caught between his past sins and the glimmer of redemption. "You trust him, don't you?" he spits, bitter as gall. "Heimdall will betray us all." Can one ever truly escape the chains of their own making? I can see the conflict churning within him, a tempest brewing behind his sly smile. Loki, the trickster, the outcast, he carries the weight of his choices like a cloak of thorns, pricking at his skin with every step he takes. I want to scream at him, tell him that he can still choose differently, that even in the dark heart of Ragnarök, there is a spark of light, a chance for a new beginning. But the ground quakes, and a deep rumble forces all thoughts from my mind. The sky splits open, torrents of rain crashing down like the tears of 1,000 fallen warriors. I see the giants emerging from the shadows, their faces twisted with malice, eyes glinting like shards of glass. They march toward us, a wall of death and despair, and in that moment, I wonder if we are watching the end of the world, or just the beginning of something infinitely more terrifying. Heimdall raises his sword, the blade gleaming with defiance. "Stand with me," he calls out, his voice powerful, reverberating like a war cry across the battlefield. "We will not fall without a fight." The fierce determination etched into his features ignites something deep within me. I can taste the ash of my fear, the bitterness of despair, but beneath it all lies the flicker of hope, an ember waiting to be stoked into a roaring flame. But then, I see the truth in Loki's eyes. It's a mirror reflecting back my own uncertainty. The weight of his treachery hangs like a guillotine over us, and I wonder if we're clinging to a dream that's about to shatter. My heart races, torn between the urge to fight beside Heimdall and the nagging doubt that lingers at the edges of my mind. Can a god of light truly keep the darkness at bay? The first blow lands, an axe cleaving through the air with a terrible finality. It strikes the earth, sending shockwaves rippling through our ranks. In that instant, time stretches, and I watch as Heimdall leaps forward, his movements graceful yet fierce, like a lion springing from the grasslands. He is both protector and warrior, embodying the relentless spirit of a man who knows that everything he loves hangs in the balance. But as the battle rages on, I see him falter, just for a heartbeat. A moment of doubt as a giant bears down on him, a monstrous figure towering above, hatred in every line of its grotesque form. For a split second, I see the flicker of fear in Heimdall's eyes, the fear of failing, of losing everything, a crack in the armor of the god who guards the gates of Asgard. "Hold the line!" I shout, my voice lost in the roar of the storm, but my heart screams louder than the chaos surrounding us. Loki, sensing the shift in the tide, steps forward, a cold calculation flickering in his eyes. "We can turn this," he whispers, more to himself than to any of us. If we harness the darkness, his words hang between us, laced with temptation and fear, a dangerous dance on the edge of a knife. The irony isn't lost on me, he who was once the betrayer now holds the key to our salvation. And so, in the midst of chaos and destruction, we find ourselves bound together by the unlikeliest of alliances, a god of light and a god of mischief, standing against the tide of an apocalypse. I can feel the weight of the world pinning down my shoulders, crushing, exhilarating, as our hearts beat in sync with the war drums echoing through the battlefield. Together, Heimdall roars, his voice a rallying cry that stirs the souls of every warrior standing beside him. We fight, we resist, we endure. And as he charges forward, I follow, propelled by the fire of his conviction, the glow of hope that lingers like a frail candle in the abyss. This battle is not just for Asgard or for our lives, it's a fight for our very essence, a clash that will resonate through time itself. The lines are drawn, and the dance of fate unfolds, drawing us deeper into the fray. The moment stretches, a painful silence enveloping us, a breath held tight before the storm breaks free. I remember the stories of the old, tales whispered like secrets carried on the wind. They told of heroes and monsters, of light and dark entwined in an eternal struggle. But here, now, in this tempest of fury and fear, I realize that those stories were never just fables, they were prophecies that echo in the heart of every warrior, every soul that dares to hope. And so, we plunge into the abyss, into the maw of destruction, into the madness that is Ragnarök. The night is alive with chaos, and every heartbeat brings us closer to the edge, a cliff where everything we know will shatter into oblivion, and yet, we hold on fiercely to the flickering flame of defiance. In the heart of the storm, I stand with Heimdall, with Loki, with all that we cherish, fighting against the dark, knowing that even in the shadows, we are not alone. Not now, not ever. The wind howled like a mournful spirit, rattling the wooden beams of the longhouse. I stood in the flickering shadows, heart pounding, breath shallow, as the cries of men echoed outside. They were not cries of joy, but of terror, mingling with the steel clash of swords, the sickly sweet tang of spilled blood. I remember the night when Heimdall's legacy felt like a noose tightening around our throats. I was just a boy then, lost in the chaos, but the memory comes back to me, sharp and relentless. "Keep your head down, Ragnhild," my father shouted, his voice strained, slicing through the frenzy with a desperate command. He was a warrior once, tall and broad, but now he appeared small beneath the weight of fear. His hands trembled on the hilt of his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the firelight. The weight of expectation bore down on him, and I could see it, his fear was my fear, and it thrummed between us like a dark, living thing. I remember the way the flames danced, casting shadows that flickered like the last breaths of dying men. I could not look away from the doorway, where shapes moved, twisted silhouettes against the backdrop of chaos. The world outside was a tempest, a riot of color and sound that threatened to swallow us whole. I was waiting, heart racing, torn between the instinct to flee and the loyalty that anchored me to my father. "Don't be a coward," he barked, and there it was, the voice of Heimdall himself, echoing through the ages. That ancient guardian, the ever-watchful sentinel of the gods, was said to hold a horn that could summon the end. My father's voice, filled with urgent desperation, twisted the knife deeper into my heart. What if Heimdall, the embodiment of vigilance, could not save us this night? In that dark moment, I saw the shadows of my mother and sister behind him, eyes wide with dread. I could feel their fear coiling around me, wrapping like a serpent ready to strike. They were the heart of my world, and yet I felt the distance grow, like the gulf between the worlds of gods and men. My sister, Astrid, clutched her mother, a fragile thing caught in the storm. The thought of losing them sent a shiver down my spine, sharper than any blade. "Ragnhild, if anything happens, you must run. Run and never look back." My father's voice cracked, splintering the air around us. How easy it is to feel brave in the face of danger, yet how quickly the truth unfurls, a coward's heart beats in shadows. I could taste the salt of tears clinging to my lips, the bitterness of hopelessness mingling with my resolve. The door burst open, and a figure loomed, tall, draped in darkness, eyes glinting like polished stones. For a moment, time suspended itself, and I could see the deep lines of his face, etched with the weight of countless battles. He was a marauder, a ghost of the night. I saw in his eyes a hunger, a darkness that seemed to reach into my soul. My heart thundered against my ribcage, each beat a desperate plea for survival. Then came the clash, a roar that shattered the night as my father stepped forward, shield raised, bravely facing the marauder. I remember the dread clawing at my throat, the raw ache of helplessness filling the void. Would Heimdall protect him? Would the horn sound, warning of an approaching doom? My young heart knew only the rush of blood and the weight of uncertainty. "Fight, father! Fight!" I screamed, the words tearing from my throat like a desperate prayer. But my father's face told a different story. The fear etched deep into his brow, the way his breath came in ragged gasps, it was a betrayal against the very essence of who he was meant to be. I saw him falter, and in that instant, the air crackled with the weight of destiny, as though the cosmos held its breath, waiting. I remember the moment the blade sank into him, a sickening realization that pierced through the chaos and settled heavy in my gut. The scream that erupted from my lips was swallowed by the night, lost to the winds that carried the cries of the dying. Time fragmented. I was no longer a boy, I was a witness, an unwilling participant in a tragedy that seemed to echo into eternity. Ragnhild! The sound of my mother's voice pierced through the haze, raw and guttural. I turned, saw her eyes, a storm of grief and fury, a woman transformed by loss. She took my sister's hand, pulling her back, pulling us both toward the door, toward freedom, even as my father fell. The legacy of Heimdall weighed heavy upon us, a burden that would haunt our every step. The night spiraled into chaos, and as we stumbled from the longhouse, I felt the cosmos shift. The stars blinked down at us, cold and indifferent, as if they knew the darkness that awaited. Every breath I took was a reminder of what we lost, a wound that would never heal. We ran into the shadows, fleeing not just from the marauders, but from the fate that Heimdall had etched into our bones. "Remember him," my mother whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven into the fabric of my memory. "Heimdall watches over us, even in death." But what comfort was there in a legacy built on the ashes of our past? I felt the weight of her words, of the burden we carried, a reminder that we were marked not just by loss but by the very essence of who we were supposed to be. I remember it all, the fear, the loss, the legacy. How could I forget? It gnawed at me, an incessant whisper that urged me to confront the darkness, to become the guardian of our story. Perhaps Heimdall was not just a figure of gods, but a spark of resilience within us, reminding us to stand vigilant against the tides of fate. And so we ran, shadows dancing around our feet, each step resonating with the echoes of history, the ghost of Heimdall hovering near, forever watching, forever waiting. The night was far from over, and a reckoning loomed in the distance, as inescapable as the dawn. But within that uncertainty, a flicker of hope kindled in my chest, a promise that our legacy, our story, was only just beginning. I remember the way the clouds hung low that day, a shroud of grey whispering across the sky, a prelude to the chaos that echoed in the streets. The air was thick, strung taut with fear, the kind that seeps into your bones and lingers beneath your skin. A clang of metal, a scream, sharp, jagged, echoing through the alleys like a warning bell, a horrific reminder that shadows have teeth. There, in the heart of the turmoil, stood Astrid, eyes wide, fear clawing at her throat, whispering secrets she dared not voice. Her pulse raced, a frantic drumbeat that matched the chaos around her. She was searching, desperately, for a sign, any sign, that Heimdall would emerge from the shadows, his golden gaze piercing through the dark, a harbinger of hope. "Where are you?" she breathed, the words almost swallowed by the rising tide of panic. She felt the weight of history pressing down on her, the legacy of a guardian long revered. Heimdall, the all-seeing, the all-hearing, but now he was just a myth, a flicker of light in the gathering storm. The streets felt alive, thrumming with an energy both electric and malevolent, and in that moment, she recalled the paintings, the swirling colors, the brush strokes that captured his essence, his magnificence. But what good were brush strokes now? What good were tales of valor when darkness loomed and the world around her began to crumble? Across the cobblestones, Eric stood, his heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. He was a man burdened by doubt, the weight of a family legacy resting heavily on his shoulders. His father had taught him of Heimdall's watchfulness, of the bridge that connected the worlds. But Eric felt no connection now. He only felt the sharp edge of despair grazing his skin, whispers of betrayal swirling around him like smoke. He remembered nights spent in his father's workshop, the smell of wood shavings mingling with the warmth of firelight, tales of heroism woven between laughter. But that warmth had turned cold, his father now a ghost, leaving Eric grasping at shadows. "I should have believed," he muttered, fists clenched, heart pounding like thunder against the walls of his chest, aching for a time when faith was simple. And then, in the distance, a flicker, a golden shimmer that cut through the grey like a knife through flesh. Astrid's breath hitched, her heart a wild creature clawing to be free. "Is it him?" she whispered, a prayer draping over her trembling lips. The shimmer grew closer, revealing a figure cloaked in light, the embodiment of legends. Heimdall, with eyes like molten gold, saw her, saw everything. But how could he help when the world was caught in a fevered dream of violence and sorrow? "Can you see the truth?" he asked, his voice echoing like a distant melody, haunting and beautiful. "Can you hear the cries of those who have fallen?" The questions wrapped around Astrid, tightening like a noose, and she felt time stretch, moments elongating until they were painful. The air grew colder, and shadows slithered closer, a reminder of the darkness that clung to the edges of their existence. In that instant, the memories flooded back, captured in canvases, words etched in stone, tales whispered around fires. Artists had painted him in fervor, their brushes dancing with the essence of a guardian, a noble protector standing vigilant against the encroaching night. In one haunting portrayal, he was a figure draped in twilight, his horn raised to the sky, ready to summon the end or the beginning, depending on who you asked. And there was another, an ancient mural, depicting Heimdall's fierce gaze piercing through the veil of time, a reminder that he was ever watchful, even in the unseen hours. But what was art worth when reality crashed like a wave, when all that was beautiful crumbled at their feet? Astrid felt her resolve shatter. "You're just a story," she gasped, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a curse. Eric turned, eyes dark with pain, and the truth was clear, he was lost, wandering a labyrinth of grief and regret. They both stood at a precipice, teetering on the edge of despair, and in that moment, the past and the present collided. Heimdall stepped forward, an otherworldly light haloing him, but there was no comfort in his presence. Instead, there was a longing, an aching desire to bridge the rift between what was and what could be. "You are the guardians now," he said, his tone grave yet filled with a fierce urgency. "Your hearts are the bridges that must cross this chasm." The air crackled around them, charged with possibility, and Astrid felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, a fragile flame against the overwhelming darkness. But shadows crept ever closer, tendrils of fear weaving through the streets, whispering doubts that clawed at her mind. "What if we fail?" she asked, voice trembling with the weight of fear, a million what-ifs tumbling through her thoughts like lost souls. Eric's face hardened, his determination rising from the ashes of his despair. "We can't fail," he replied, but the crack in his voice betrayed him. And then, in an act of defiance against the encroaching night, they took a step forward together. It was as if time itself held its breath, the world falling silent, and for a brief moment, the stars aligned. Art, in all its forms, paintings, songs, stories, flashed through their minds, a reminder that the essence of Heimdall lived on, woven through the tapestry of existence. "We are not alone," Astrid whispered, a mantra against the tide of fear. But even as they forged ahead, the shadows danced around them, relentless in their pursuit. They were reminders of every failure, every loss, every moment when hope had flickered and died. In the heart of that storm, Heimdall stood watch, a silent guardian over a world teetering on the brink. And as the winds howled and the darkness threatened to consume them, they understood, they were the embodiment of that legend, the pulse of a truth that could rally even the most broken spirits. And so they moved, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with anticipation, every step a defiance against the night. The art that celebrated their guardian echoed in their souls, and though shadows loomed, they knew they would face whatever came with the fire of 1,000 tales guiding them forward into the uncertain dawn. The air crackles with an electric intensity, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. A cold wind sweeps through the shadows, whispering secrets that seem to claw at the edges of reality. I stand at the precipice, my heart racing like a captured bird, trapped between worlds, a guardian, a watcher, caught in the relentless crossfire between light and darkness. I can see him, Heimdall, his luminous eyes piercing the veil of night, a sentinel poised at the edge of fate, yet so achingly human in his isolation. I remember the stories, the echoes of battles fought in realms forgotten. I remember how my heart would race, how the tales of Heimdall, the all-seeing god, had gripped me like a fever. He stands resolute, the unyielding guardian of Asgard, but behind that stoic facade lies a tumult of emotion, of sacrifice and longing. My mind pulls me back to a younger version of myself, sitting on crumbling stone steps, my fingers tracing the rough surface as I imagined the weight of his duty, the unending vigilance that gnawed at his spirit like a relentless tide. Across the yard, I see the flickering shadows of two others, Kali, fierce and fiery, adorned with the remnants of 1,000 battles etched into her skin, and Cerberus, the three-headed guardian, each mouth snarling with the ferocity of lost souls. They too stand as sentinels in their respective realms, their own burdens heavy on their shoulders. Kali, the destroyer, holds the power to end worlds yet carries within her the ache of creation lost. Cerberus, a hound of hell, binds the past with chains, yet craves the warmth of a forgotten touch. The clash of their destinies reverberates through the night. I can feel it in my bones, the tension, the unspoken conflict between duty and desire. Kali is a tempest, a whirlwind of energy, her laughter echoing through the void, sharp and crackling. She dances with shadows, her footfalls light yet filled with purpose, a chaotic beauty that draws admiration and fear in equal measure. I guard what must be destroyed, she whispers, her voice a haunting melody that lingers in the silence. Her eyes blaze with an intensity that ignites the air, but there is a flicker of doubt, a split-second realization that chaos cannot exist without order. Then there's Cerberus, his three heads locked in an eternal debate. Each mouth growls a different lament, a different truth. One head longs for freedom, the second for companionship, and the third knows the dark whispers of the abyss, taunting him with glimpses of a world just beyond reach. I guard the gates of the forgotten, he growls, as if to convince himself. But I see the flicker of longing in his eyes, the desire for connection outside his hellish dominion. Yet, Heimdall remains. He's a paradox, a bright lantern set against the encroaching darkness, a guardian who can detect the rustle of a blade before it strikes. The tension in the air grows suffocating. He feels it too, I can tell. What does it mean to guard, to be forever vigilant but never truly seen? I watch his fingers curl into fists, the muscles in his jaw clenching as he grapples with his own inevitable solitude, the weight of watching without being watched in return. I see all, he murmurs, but the words quiver, revealing a crack in his unwavering armor. I see him, a god burdened by the knowledge that sometimes what he sees is too painful to bear. A ripple of fate unfolds, and the moon shrouds itself in a veil of clouds, casting darkness over the land. It's time, Kali states, her voice a haunting echo that sends shivers down my spine. The air thickens with the scent of coming storms, and I can almost taste the electricity that courses through my veins. I feel the pull of their destinies, intertwined, spiraling into a tumultuous dance of conflict and understanding. Heimdall steps forward, his gaze unwavering, but I can see the flicker of fear in his eyes. What if guarding becomes my prison? The question hangs heavy, an uninvited guest in the air. I want to reach out, to tell him that even gods can dream of freedom, even in the shackles of duty. Yet, the words die on my lips, suffocated by the weight of understanding. They are all prisoners in their own ways, Kali, Cerberus, Heimdall, bound by the expectations of their roles, haunted by the ghosts of their choices. As the confrontation looms closer, there lies a shared understanding among them, a realization that guardianship is not just about vigilance, but about connection. Each one of them stands at the edge of existence, ready to plunge into the unknown. They are not merely figures etched in myth, they are hearts beating with the same fears, the same dreams as any mortal soul. I see it now, the tension, the pulsing emotion that binds them together, like a thread woven through the fabric of time itself. Kali lunges forward, the fire within her ignited, her laughter echoing like a battle cry. Let us break the chains of our burdens, she shouts, but with a wild abandon that suggests she fears the very freedom she seeks. Cerberus howls in reply, each head barking its own desire, a cacophony of conflicting emotions that reverberates through the night. And beneath that storm, Heimdall stands, his light flickering, wrestling with the shadows that threaten to swallow him whole. Suddenly, the silence screams, and I feel the pull of their destinies weaving together, a tapestry of anguish and hope that stretches into infinity. They are guardians bound by duty, yet yearning for more. I remember both the weight and the lightness of their existence. And as the stars flicker overhead, I know this moment is a spark, an eternal loop of guardianship and sacrifice that will echo through the ages. They are heroes and villains, protectors and destroyers, each moment hanging like a pendulum over the abyss. Each heartbeat a question. Each breath a promise. Even as they stand poised on the brink of confrontation, the threads of their stories entwine in a way that suggests the dawn is breaking, the night may yet hold hope. And in that hope, in that shared understanding, I feel the universe holding its breath once more, for the tales of guardians never truly end, they merely evolve, like shadows dancing in the flickering light. The moon hung low, casting a silver sheen over the battlefield where shadows danced with the flickering flames of chaos. I watched as Heimdall, the ever-vigilant, stood amidst the swirling storm of steel and blood, his golden hair illuminated like a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Each breath echoed like a funeral knell, heavy with the weight of choices made in the shadow of fate. My heart raced, caught in the electric grip of fear and awe, for in Heimdall's eyes flickered the ghosts of light and darkness, a duality that promised both salvation and despair. I remember when I first met him, not in the glorious light of day, but in the suffocating depths of night, where whispers of betrayal curled around us like smoke. We were young then, reckless, believing that the sun could banish every shadow. I remember how his laughter rang like a bell, bright and clear, cutting through the murk of uncertainty. But as the years unfurled, that laughter became a mask, a fragile shield against the encroaching night. It was a facade I could no longer trust, just like the glimmers of hope that flickered and died with each fallen friend. Loki lingered nearby, a spectre of mischief cloaked in darkness. His smile was a jagged knife, cutting through the air with a sharp, cruel grace. I could feel the tension between them, a taut string pulled until it threatened to snap. Loki's betrayal was a spectre that haunted Heimdall, each taunt, each casual jest dripped with malice. With every blow exchanged, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, each heartbeat synchronized with the clash of their swords, a grim symphony of broken trust. "Do you still believe in light, Heimdall?" Loki sneered, his voice a silken whisper laced with venom. It hung in the air between us, thick and suffocating. "Or have you finally accepted that shadows rule the night?" Heimdall's grip on his sword tightened, knuckles white against the golden hilt. His resolve was a flickering candle in a tempest, fighting against the winds of doubt. "I see the darkness, Loki," he replied, each word heavy with the weight of truth. "But I also see the dawn that follows. You think shadows hold dominion, but even the darkest nights cannot extinguish the light forever." The flicker of hope in his voice ignited a wild spark within me. I remembered the stories, the ancient echoes of battles fought and won, of light breaking through the shroud of despair. Yet, I also felt the crushing weight of reality, how easily hope could become despair, how quickly light could turn to shadow. The war raged on around us, a chaotic ballet, each parry a desperate move against the encroaching abyss. But in that moment, as Loki's laughter rang like a death knell, I saw the flicker of vulnerability in Heimdall's eyes. The facade was cracking, the veneer of invincibility peeling away to reveal the raw, bleeding heart beneath. He was not just a guardian of light, he was a man, burdened by the knowledge that darkness lurked within him as well. It was a tangled web, spun from threads of fear and courage, love and betrayal. I felt a surge of emotion, a desperate need to reach out, to remind him of the strength that resided in his heart. "Heimdall!" I called, my voice cutting through the cacophony, a lifeline thrown into a storm. His gaze met mine, and for a fleeting moment, there was a flicker of recognition, of understanding, a shared acknowledgement of the weight we carried. But just as quickly, despair swept over him. "You don't understand," he whispered, the words a confessional prayer, every light casts a shadow. "I am bound to the night as much as I am to the dawn." And there it was, the truth, raw and unyielding. The duality of his existence mirrored my own, the constant battle between the light I wished to embody and the darkness that stalked my every step. How could we be both? How could he, my once unshakable hero, falter beneath the weight of his own duality? The clash of swords intensified, each strike resonating like thunder, a furious heartbeat against the night. Loki moved like a dark wraith, fluid and cruel, and I felt my heart lurch with a desperate urge to intervene. But Heimdall stood firm, a sentinel against the tide, his resolve chipping away under the relentless assault of betrayal. "Fight!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat as I watched him falter. "Fight for the light you believe in." He turned, his eyes fierce yet haunted. "And what if the light is a lie?" he shouted back, his voice trembling with an uncharacteristic vulnerability. "What if the shadows have more truth than the sun?" In that moment, time fractured into a million shards, each one reflecting pieces of our struggle, the light we held dear, the darkness that whispered sweet nothings of despair. I remembered laughter shared under starlit skies, dreams painted in golden hues, and the way his presence felt like home. But I also remembered the cold touch of betrayal, the moments when shadows crept too close for comfort. The darkness surged around us, a living entity, hungry and relentless. Heimdall's sword clashed with Loki's, the sound reverberating through the air like the tolling of a bell marking the end of an era. But within that clash, I saw the flicker of defiance. I felt the burgeoning resolve, the fight against the weight of despair. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow him whole, Heimdall unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, a primal cry that echoed through the night. In that moment, he was both light and shadow, a paradox of existence, a testament to the strength born from vulnerability. And I remembered, the light and the dark are not enemies. They are two sides of the same coin, endlessly intertwined. In that understanding, I felt a flicker of hope reignite within me, a spark that whispered of a dawn yet to come. As the battle raged on, the tempest of emotion swirled around us, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of our choices. The confrontation loomed, each second stretching into eternity, a fragile thread binding us to a fate yet unwritten. And as the shadows danced, I realized, this was not just Heimdall's fight, it was ours. A timeless struggle between the light we seek and the darkness we must confront. In the chaos, I felt the weight of our intertwined destinies, a tapestry woven from threads of light and darkness. And I knew, with every fiber of my being, that this was only the beginning, an echo of a battle that would resonate through the ages, a testament to the duality that resides in us all. The air thrummed with tension. A low, ominous roar echoed from the edges of Asgard, deep and thunderous, as if the very universe held its breath. I stood on the precipice, on the Bifrost Bridge, shimmering like a fragile dream yet knowing it was a razor-thin line between worlds, a gateway between the realms of gods and men. The colors danced like angry flames, and in that moment, I felt the weight of time itself. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian, stood beside me, eyes like burning coals, alert to the impending storm. "I see everything," he had whispered once, and now, I believed it. But what good was sight if one could not avert catastrophe? His heart thudded in rhythm with my own, a palpable tension binding us as we stared into the void, a darkness swirling, threatening to engulf everything we loved. I could feel the pulse of fate wrapping around my throat like a noose, and I was terrified. Across the bridge, nestled among the shadows, was a figure cloaked in uncertainty, Freya. Her spirit flickered like a dying candle, caught between the weight of destiny and the desire for a life that had slipped from her grasp. The goddess of love and war, yet here she was, battling her own heart. I had seen her before, fierce and confident, but now she was a wildflower caught in the tempest, petals torn and scattered. "I can't lose him," she gasped, her voice trembling. The memory of her beloved, lost to the ravages of time and fate, hung heavy between us. "I can't let Ragnarök take him." Heimdall turned, his sharp gaze piercing through the veil of her fear. "But the threads of fate are woven tight, Freya. He is already marked." His voice, a melody of steel and sorrow, cut through the air, leaving echoes that danced with despair. The weight of inevitability hung thickly between us like fog, stifling, chilling. In that moment, I remember everything, every whispered promise, every fleeting touch, the laughter that once filled the halls of Valhalla, now reduced to a haunting silence. Memories of feasts and battles, of gods and men intertwined in the tapestry of time, clawed at my heart. The inevitability of doom was a cloak wrapped around us, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the ticking of time, a grim reminder that nothing is eternal. The shadows deepened, morphing into grotesque shapes that whispered of ruin. I could almost taste the bitterness of tears unshed. Freya's face contorted into a mask of anguish, and in that moment, she became everyone who had ever lost someone they loved, the agony universal, echoing through the ages. "Do you see it, Heimdall?" she cried, desperation weaving through her words. "Do you see the darkness that approaches?" The guardian of the Bifrost nodded slowly, his voice a rasping whisper. "I see the giants march. I see the death that looms. But what can I do? What could any of us do?" The world was a clock ticking towards destruction. I could feel the hands moving, the seconds slipping away like grains of sand, each one heavier than the last. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence, but all that emerged was a ragged breath, caught in my throat. I remember, the word slipped from my lips, a mantra against the encroaching despair. I remember the warmth of sunlight on winter skin. I remember laughter around the hearth and the smell of fresh bread. I remember the fight against fate, hearts beating wild against the chains of destiny. Each thought was a flicker in the dark, a reminder that life, even in its fragility, could be beautiful. Heimdall stepped forward, his hand steadying Freya. "We fight not because we know victory, but because we know love." His voice thundered like the sky, resonating within the marrow of my bones. The intensity of his gaze held a promise, a fierce defiance against the shadow threatening to envelop us. And then it happened, an explosion of light, blinding and bold, as if the very cosmos had erupted. The giants, a tide of chaos, surged forth, their roars a backdrop to our fear. The ground shook beneath us, a heartbeat of fury and despair. "Stand firm!" Heimdall's command rang out like a war cry, a rallying call igniting the spark of courage within us. I felt it, the pulse of resistance, the fervor of those who had come before us, fighting against the inevitable tide. Freya's eyes ignited with fire, and her tears glistened like jewels. "For love," she shouted, her voice piercing the storm, raw and unyielding. In that moment, she became a goddess reborn, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. I joined her, heart racing, spirit lifted. "For love!" The declaration echoed, a mantra against the darkness threatening to consume us. We were not alone, we were a tapestry woven with threads of hope, desperation, and fierce love. But the giants were relentless, their strength a cruel reminder of our fragility. The clash of swords, the cries of battle filled the air, each moment stretching into eternity. I felt the weight of my heart, pounding, as I faced the chaos, my breath shallow. And Heimdall, with his eyes of fire and a resolve that could shatter mountains, stood at the forefront, the guardian of the universe itself, ready to face whatever the fates decreed. Who could stand against such a force? I was still just a spectator on this bridge, but in that moment, I was melded into the chaos, into the very fabric of the battle. As the worlds collided, I felt every heartbeat, every pang of fear and hope, each one a reminder that life, however fleeting, was worth every struggle. But it didn't end there. The darkness loomed ever closer, and the very fabric of reality was fraying, threads unraveling with every confrontation. We fought for what was left, for every lost moment, for every whisper of love that echoed in the void. And I remember that love is not bound by time or fate. It is the very essence of existence, a fire that burns brightly, even in the face of oblivion. And so we stood, hearts raging against the storm, as the battle for our souls raged on, pulled ever deeper into the cosmic dance of creation and destruction. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream echoing through the streets of the city that never sleeps. Shadows flickered against the brick walls, twisted forms that danced under the pale glow of the streetlights, as if they were alive, bearing witness to the impending storm. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum in my ears. The sound of my breath felt too loud, too intrusive, as I watched him, Jasper, his back turned to me, the weight of something monumental pressing down on him. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, every syllable trembling on my lips, the question hauntingly familiar. He didn't answer. Instead, he clenched his jaw, the muscles tensing beneath his skin, a storm brewing in his blue-gray eyes. It was not just the fear of failure that gripped him, it was the fear of being found wanting, of disappointing those who'd invested their faith in him. The ghosts of expectations loomed like wraiths, whispering chilling reminders of past failures. Heimdall, I murmured, the name slipping from my lips like a prayer, a curse, a plea. The Watchman, the seer, the one who stood sentinel at the edge of worlds, ever vigilant. What did it mean to be Heimdall? A sentinel who saw everything, who heard the echoes of destinies unfolding. A hero? A failure? My mind spiraled into the myths, where the lines blurred between heroism and burden. Don't, he shot back, his voice sharp, jagged like glass. We can't afford to think about that now. But the weight of the name pressed on me too, the archetype of the ever-watchful guardian, a symbol in modern tales and flickering screens. I felt the pull of it, the allure of being a hero in a world that demanded salvation while tearing down those who tried. The tension in his shoulders spoke of an inner tempest, a conflict stretching beyond the confines of our night. And then there was Ella, standing a few paces away, her hands trembling at her sides, the dim light reflecting off the tear tracks that betrayed her earlier resolve. She was both fragile and fierce, a paradox of humanity caught in the web of emotions that enveloped us. What if we're not enough, she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, yet it shattered the moment into 1,000 shards. I remember, I said, a mantra, a cry against the void. I remember when we first talked about this, the dream swirling like the cosmos above us. We were naive then, thinking we could change everything. Jasper turned, his gaze piercing, searching for something in me, something to latch onto, something to buoy him against the tide of doubt. And now? The question hung between us, heavy like the weight of dusk. Now we're here, I replied, heart clenching. And Heimdall is more than a myth. He's a symbol of what we fear most, the truth. A truth that clawed at our insides, a truth we could taste on the back of our tongues like rust and iron. In that moment, the shadows seemed to swell around us, encircling us like the arms of a spectre. I could almost hear the distant echoes of tales long past, stories of sacrifice and vigilance, of the cost of watching over the gates of the cosmos. Was that what we were doing? Standing at the edge of a precipice, peering into an abyss where the line between good and evil blurred, where every decision could tilt the balance of worlds. Ella's eyes glistened. What if we fail? She asked, as if voicing the fear that clung to her heart like a parasite. Then we rise again, Jasper replied, yet there was a tremor in his voice, a crack in his facade. Just like Heimdall. Just like Heimdall, I echoed, but the words felt hollow, like a promise made on the edge of despair. The truth was, all three of us stood on the brink, teetering between hope and hopelessness, like twisted branches in a storm. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of stories unwritten, the echoes of those who had come before us, and those who would follow. What did it mean to watch? To guard? I felt the enormity of it all, the pressure of legacies that spanned centuries, crashing like waves against the shores of our fragile existence. I thought about the way Heimdall gazed over Bifrost, seeing the threads of destiny woven into the fabric of time. Could he have known the pain that came with that insight? The heartache of seeing choices laid out like a tapestry of sin and redemption, triumph and despair? The clock tower in the distance chimed, each toll reverberating through the night, a reminder that time was slipping away. I could feel the pulse of the city around us, alive yet oblivious, a cacophony of dreams and nightmares converging in one chaotic dance. And there we stood, on the precipice of something monumental, battling our own inner demons while the world outside spun on, heedless of our struggles. Let's do this, Jasper finally said, his voice steely, resolve crystallizing within him like the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of the hero beneath the burdened skin. It was intoxicating. It was terrifying. As we stepped forward, the shadows shifted, coiling and twisting around us as if they too were unsure, uncertain of our path. The night held its breath, and in that moment, everything felt possible, the potential of who we could become shimmering like starlight on the horizon. And even as the darkness whispered its warnings, I held on to that flicker, that feeling of being alive, of standing at the edge of the world, ready to step into the unknown. Heimdall, I whispered, a word that echoed through my very being, a reminder that some nights, heroes are born from the shadows, and perhaps we were just beginning to understand what it meant to watch, to protect, and to face the darkness head-on. The confrontation awaited us, lurking just beyond the veil, ready to challenge the very essence of who we were. And as we moved forward, I understood one thing: there would be no turning back. The story would continue, the echoes of Heimdall reverberating through the fabric of our lives, intertwining our fates with the weight of the worlds that hung in the balance. The night was alive with the pulse of thunder, a dark symphony echoing across the heavens. I stood there, drenched in the heavy scent of rain-soaked earth, staring at the shimmering veil of light that hung over Bifrost like a spectral promise. The air crackled, electric with tension, as if the very cosmos held its breath in anticipation. I remember the taste of fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic, mingling with the lingering sweetness of a long-lost dream. She emerged from the shadows, a figure woven from the fabric of nightmares and whispers, her eyes burning with an intensity that threatened to consume me. Freyja, the goddess of love and war, her beauty haunting yet fierce, stood before me. I could see the weight of her grief, the scars carved into her heart, a tapestry of loss and longing. I remember her voice, a haunting melody that coaxed the ghosts of our past. You think you can protect us, Heimdall? You think you can guard the bridge against fate itself? I flinched at her words, the truth piercing deeper than any blade. I was Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, but even I felt the unraveling threads of destiny tugging at my resolve. The looming darkness swirled around us, a malevolent force that sought to devour everything we held dear. And yet, amidst the chiaroscuro of fear and determination, I saw glimmers of hope in Freyja's fierce gaze. It was a fragile flame, flickering against the storm. But there was another, a shade lingering in the periphery of my thoughts, Idun, the keeper of youth, whose laughter once echoed like a soothing balm in the cacophony of battle. I felt her absence like a phantom limb, an echo of joyous moments lost to time. I remember the way she danced among the trees, her laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, a sound that felt like the very heartbeat of the world. She was warmth in the cold, the promise of spring amid the desolation of winter. Now, as I battled the tempest raging within, I could feel Idun's spirit hovering, a gentle whisper amid the chaos. Heimdall, you must remember, she would say, her voice a haunting lullaby. The fight is not only against the darkness that seeks to consume us. It is also for the light we carry within ourselves. I could almost see her, shimmering like the first light of dawn, urging me to find strength in the recesses of my soul, to embrace the feminine aspect that intertwined with my very essence. The storm raged on, and Freyja's anger flared like the lightning that split the sky. You cannot shield us from every blow. You cannot stop what is coming. Her eyes glinted with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath the surface. I felt a deep ache in my chest, a shared burden that bound us together in this fight against fate. The more she raged, the more I felt the fear clawing at my heart, whispering doubts that echoed in the silence between us. Do you think I want to fail? I shot back, my voice a raw snarl. Do you think I can bear the thought of losing you both? I remembered the weight of her hand on my shoulder, the way the world felt right in those moments, and now it seemed a cruel joke. The stakes had never been higher. The shadows thickened, and an insidious laughter echoed in the distance, a mocking reminder of our impending doom. But in that moment of turmoil, the whispers of the past surged forth. I remembered the stories of women who had stood before the tide, their resolve unyielding. Valkyries, with their fierce spirits and unwavering loyalty. I could feel their presence, a spectral army rising beside us, their voices harmonizing in a chant that resonated with the very core of existence. They sang of battles fought and won, of sacrifices made in the name of love and honor. And then, like a flickering candlelight in the abyss, I recalled the warmth of Idun's laughter, how it had filled the empty spaces within me, how she had tended to the wounds of my soul with her gentleness. Together, I murmured, the word barely escaping my lips before it filled the air like a spellbinding incantation. Together, we can face this. Together, we can remember who we are. Freyja's fury softened, her gaze locking with mine, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Then we fight together, she declared, her voice a battle cry. I felt the resonance of her words echoing through my bones, a galvanizing force that shattered the chains of despair. I could almost taste the salt of our shared tears, the mingling of sorrow and defiance. The shadows whispered, threatening to close in, but we stood firm, united by the bonds of our history, our pain, our resilience. Time slipped away with each passing heartbeat, the storm swirling around us, a testament to our resolve. I watched as Freyja reached out, her fingers grazing mine, and for a brief, fragile moment, the darkness retreated. It was a reminder of the power we held within, a power born from our love, our grief, and our undeniable connection to the feminine aspect of existence. And then, the shadows lunged, a furious tempest demanding sacrifice. The air was thick with tension, my heart racing, and I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us. But as fear wrapped its icy fingers around my throat, I remembered, the light and the dark are intertwined, like breath and silence. I could feel the pulse of the universe beneath my skin, the echoes of ancient battles and timeless bonds. Stand with me, I breathed, locking eyes with Freyja, and I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental. The storm howled, but we were stronger, intertwined in a dance of fate and defiance. We faced the shadows together, our hearts beating as one, and I felt the ghosts of countless women rise beside us. Together, Freyja whispered, and in that moment, I knew, altogether, we would face whatever came. The thunder roared, an anthem of our defiance, as we readied ourselves for the tempest ahead. Shadows loomed, but we would not falter, we would not break. The fight had only just begun, and it pulsed with a fierce promise. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the kind that clung to your skin and whispered forgotten tales. I stood there, heart hammering like a war drum, beneath the shadow of the crumbling stone archway. It loomed over me, jagged and ancient, a gate that once bridged worlds, like a memory of a rainbow stretching over a chasm, its brilliance now faded and cracked. I was not alone. Beside me was Greta, her fingers trembling as they brushed over the worn carvings, while Jacob hovered at the entrance, his eyes wide and restless, a caged animal sensing the storm. Fear crackled in the air like electricity, and I could feel it seeping into my bones. "Do you feel it?" Greta whispered, her voice barely a breath, lost among the rustling leaves. This is where it happened. The Bifrost, the bridge between gods and men. Her gaze flickered with a fire that both mesmerized and frightened me. She believed, oh, how she believed. But the weight of her convictions pressed down like a leaden cloak, suffocating and heavy. I remembered the old stories, the ones my grandmother would tell on stormy nights, the way her voice would tremble like the flicker of candlelight. A bridge of light, she would say, arching through the heavens, guarded by the fierce Heimdall. The tales flooded my mind, swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, but now they felt like phantoms, ghastly remnants of a past that may never have existed. Jacob, always the skeptic, scoffed. A bridge? More like a fairy tale. His laugh rang hollow, like a bell tolling in a deserted town. But I could see the worry etched into his brow, the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting shadows to spring to life. These are just rocks, worn by time. Nothing more. But the stones felt alive, as if they pulsed with an ancient heartbeat. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had walked this path, their hopes and fears echoing through time. And with each pulse, I felt a deep ache in my chest, a longing, a sorrow for something lost. What if it's real? I asked, the words tumbling from my lips before I could catch them. What if they walked here, gods and men, hand in hand? Greta turned to me, eyes shimmering with a wild intensity, a flicker of belief ignited in her gaze. Then we have to find it. We have to know. But I could see the cracks in her confidence, the way her hand shook as she stepped closer to the archway, drawn to it like a moth to a flame, unaware of the burn that awaited. And there, as the wind howled through the trees, a chill snaked down my spine. I remembered my grandmother's stories, the warning woven through her words like a dark thread, some bridges should never be crossed. The shadows stretched, elongated into claw-like shapes that gripped the air, suffocating the light. The weight of history pressed down, and I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of our mortality, echoing in the silence that surrounded us. "Let's go," Jacob urged, but his voice cracked under the weight of unspoken fears. We could either turn back or face whatever lay beyond the arch, a choice resting on the precipice of our uncertain future. My heart raced, temptation and dread intertwined like vines choking the life from a once mighty tree. We stepped through the archway and into a realm where time held its breath. The air shimmered, thickening around us until it felt like we were wading through memories, suspended in the moment, echoes of laughter, the clash of swords, the weeping of 1,000 souls. I could almost see them, figures blurred by time, reaching out to us, yearning for connection. "Look!" Greta gasped, pointing to a half-buried stone, intricate runes etched into its surface, glowing faintly. "These are the markings. This was once a pathway." My heart raced at the discovery, but dread gnawed at my insides. The runes pulsed, a rhythmic chant that beckoned us closer, a siren song that both thrilled and terrified. "What if it's a trap?" Jacob's voice quivered, disbelief cracking under the weight of the moment. "What if they're warning us?" But his words were lost in the swell of my own heartbeat, a deep, primal urge pushing me forward. Greta knelt, brushing the earth away from the stone, reverently, as if unveiling a sacred relic. "This could change everything," she breathed, reverence spilling from her lips like a prayer. I wanted to believe, to share in her hopeful glow, but fear churned in my stomach like a restless ghost. What if we were unearthing something that should remain buried? The shadows thickened, swirling around us like a living garment. With each passing moment, a sense of dread clawed its way up my spine. The stories of old whispered like the rustle of leaves, warning us of the heavy cost of curiosity. Would it be worth it to awaken the past, to shake the foundations of our understanding? And then, it happened. A crackling sound broke through the silence, sharp and electric, sending a jolt through the ground beneath us. Jacob stumbled back, fear etched onto his face. "Run!" he shouted, panic igniting like wildfire. But I stood frozen, entranced by the glowing runes, the energy pulsating through me like a heartbeat. I remembered my grandmother's stories, but this was not a story. It was real, and it was happening now. I felt it in my bones, the weight of history, both beautiful and terrifying. Greta's gaze locked onto mine, a silent question hanging in the air. I saw the fear mirrored in her eyes, yet beneath that fear was a yearning, a desire for something more, something that transcended our mundane existence. But to reach for that light, would it mean sacrificing our shadows? And in that moment, as the ground trembled and the air crackled, I realized we stood at a crossroads, a moment suspended in time, caught between the echoes of the past and the whispers of fate. The archway loomed behind us, both a promise and a warning, a bridge not just between two worlds but between what was and what could be. With Jacob's frantic call echoing in my mind, I knew we had to choose. Would we turn back into the safety of the known, or would we dare to leap into the vast unknown, hearts pounding and souls bare? The ghosts of the past awaited, and the Bifrost was calling. The sky split open, and a cacophony of colors poured down, blurring the line between heaven and earth. The air was heavy with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt, and the electrifying tension crackled like static before a storm. A child, clutching a tattered doll, stood transfixed, her wide eyes mirroring the vast expanse above, the vibrant arc stretching like a bridge between worlds. But beneath the beauty, there was a whisper of dread, an ache that pulsed through her small frame. "Look, Mama!" "The rainbow," she cried, her voice laced with a desperate hopefulness, as if the colors could mend the fraying edges of her reality. Elena, her mother, stood frozen, shadows dancing across her face as the light shifted, revealing the hollowness in her eyes. The fight had left her, a slow seep of despair that made her bones ache, and she couldn't find the strength to respond. The world around her felt like a dream, and the colors above them, a cruel illusion that mocked her suffering. "Yes, sweetie," she finally whispered, each word a weight dragging her deeper into the mire of her thoughts. "It's beautiful." But beauty, she knew, was often a mask. Just like the rainbow, it was a fleeting promise, an echo of what could have been. Across the street, a man named Amir watched, caught in the throes of his own storm. He had lost his family to the chaos of the world, their laughter replaced with silence that echoed through the empty corridors of his heart. He felt his past like a ghost, haunting him with its laughter and warmth, a stark reminder of all that had been stolen. The vibrant colors above seemed to seep into him, pulsing with the promise of joy he had long abandoned. "What's the point?" he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips, dissolving into the dampened air. The rainbow felt like a taunt, a cruel joke played by a universe that cared not for his anguish. "Do you believe in rainbows?" A soft voice broke through his reverie. It was a woman, her features sharp against the backdrop of the downpour, a stranger imbued with a familiar warmth. "I used to," he replied, the bitterness seeping into his tone, "but they're just an illusion." She smiled, a gentle flicker of light in the shadow of despair. "Illusions can be beautiful too," she countered, her voice steady, weaving through the tension like the colors above. "They remind us that there's more than just darkness." Elena turned, feeling the pull between them, an invisible thread woven from shared wounds. Time paused, suspended in that moment, where pain converged and the rain fell like a whispered prayer. The air thickened with unspoken truths, the kind you could taste on your tongue, sweet yet bitter, like the last bite of an old memory. "I remember," Elena began, her voice quivering, "the stories my grandmother told me about rainbows. She said they were a sign from the gods, a promise that the storm would pass. A covenant. A covenant." Amir echoed, intrigued despite himself. "What kind?" "That good would follow bad, that we'd find our way back to the light." Her words hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread holding them together in this moment of vulnerability. "But what if the promise is a lie?" Amir's voice broke, raw and trembling. "What if we are left standing in the rain forever?" In that moment, the clouds parted, and a blinding ray of sunlight broke through, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. The colors of the rainbow intensified, saturating the world in hues of hope and despair. The vividness was almost suffocating, the beauty so sharp it cut through their hearts like glass. "I refuse to believe that." Elena's voice was fierce, ignited by the fire that had been smoldering within her. "If we lose hope, what do we have left? Just shadows." "Shadows can be terrifying," Amir countered, memories of nights spent in the dark washing over him, fears unspoken, regrets that clawed at his soul. "They can swallow you whole." Elena felt the weight of his words, the truth clawing at her chest. "But they can also remind us of the light," she whispered, glancing at her daughter, who still gazed in awe at the rainbow, a beacon shining brightly against the encroaching darkness. "We can choose what we focus on." A fragile silence enveloped them, thick with the weight of their shared pain, yet buoyed by the flicker of possibility. Amir's heart thrummed in his chest, the rhythm echoing the rain's soft patter against the earth, blending with the hope that flickered in Elena's gaze. "But how?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "How do we find the light when the shadows are all consuming?" The child turned, her face radiant, illuminated by the magic of the rainbow. "You just have to believe," she said, her voice a soft melody rising above the storm. "Believe in colors." And in that moment, as the colors danced above them, something shifted. The air crackled with potential, a fragile connection born from pain and hope, chaos and beauty. They stood on the precipice of a new understanding, their hearts intertwined in the electric pulse of the moment. Elena felt a heartbeat of courage seep into her, a rush against the tide of despair. "Maybe," she breathed, "the rainbow is not just a promise of light, but a reminder that we are not alone." And as the rain soaked through their clothes, as the world blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors, they faced the storm together, the shadows lingering yet momentarily forgotten in the brilliance of their connection. And the rainbow above arched defiantly against the sky, a symbol of resilience in a world that often felt broken. The colors glimmered with a promise that rang true, deep within their souls, igniting a flicker of light amidst the shifting shadows of their hearts. The storm roared above, a fierce cacophony that rattled the very bones of the earth. I stood there, soaked to the skin, the cold rain mingling with the sweat of my fear. Shadows danced around me, twisting and contorting into shapes that whispered ancient secrets, tales of gods and men, of love lost and battles won. My heart thundered in my chest, a drumbeat of panic, as I faced the towering figure before me, Halfdan, the one who had once been a friend, now my fiercest rival, his eyes ablaze with a darkness I couldn't comprehend. "I remember," the word slipped from my lips, trembling. I remember when we laughed by the fire, telling stories of warriors and their fates. But those days felt like lifetimes ago, lost in a haze of betrayal. The flickering flames of friendship turned to embers, and now, they only fueled our impending clash. Around us, the world held its breath. The wind screamed through barren trees, and the ground trembled, as if the very soil mourned for what we had lost. A distant howl echoed, perhaps the wild call of a wolf, or maybe the ghost of a forgotten memory. Time stretched, coiling around us like a serpent, threatening to swallow us whole. Halfdan's face twisted in anguish, a mask of fury and regret. It was a storm of his own making, a tempest that churned within. "You think you know me," he spat, eyes narrowing, the shadows deepening in the hollows of his cheekbones. "You know nothing of the darkness that resides in my heart. The greed that grew like a weed, choking the light out of everything I once loved. I had seen it take root, that darkness, the poison that seeped into our bond, turning brotherhood into enmity. I thought of Asa, his sister, the luminous spirit who had once united us. If only she were here to mend our fraying ties. But she was gone, leaving behind only memories that haunted us like restless spirits. I remember," I whispered again, desperation clawing at my throat. "I remember when we chased the northern lights, dreaming of glory, of our names etched among the stars." A flicker of something, perhaps nostalgia, crossed Halfdan's face, but it was swiftly banished, replaced by a simmering rage. "Your dreams mean nothing. The gods do not favor the weak." And there it was, the chasm that divided us, the abyss of ambition and despair. Each word a dagger, each glance a wound. My breaths came fast, shallow, the taste of fear mingling with the bitter rain. The world around us seemed to collapse, collapsing into the weight of our unresolved conflict. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, as if history itself trembled, ready to consume us. I could hear the echoes of the poetic Edda, verses swirling around me, ancient songs of heroes and their fateful choices, of gods who fell and were reborn. But those tales, those sagas, were now twisted into our reality. "Your fate, Halfdan, it is not written in the stars," I pleaded, my voice rising above the storm, desperation lacing my tone. "We can change it. We can reclaim what was lost." But even as I spoke, doubt coiled tight around my chest. "Change?" He laughed, a harsh, broken sound that cut through the night. "You think we can change? Look at us. We are shadows of what we once were." His fists clenched, the rain pouring down his brow like bitter tears, masking the vulnerability beneath his rage. In the distance, the sharp clang of metal against metal rang out, a reminder of the battle that loomed closer. Our fates intertwined like the roots of two ancient trees, twisted together yet destined to suffocate each other. I took a step forward, reaching out, desperate to bridge the chasm. What happened to us? We were brothers, bound by fate and blood. We can still find that strength. But the strength had always been a facade, a shimmering dream that shattered at the first touch of reality. I could see it in his eyes, the echo of a boy who looked up to the stars, only to find them veiled by fog. The clouds rolled in thicker, a heavy curtain of despair, and for a moment, silence reigned, an eerie stillness that felt unnatural, as if the universe itself paused. The air buzzed with unspoken words, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "Do not mistake my ambitions for weakness," Halfdan growled, fury igniting the storm within him. "I will not be the one to fall. I will rise, even if the ashes of our past burn me alive." And there it was, the confrontation, the moment where dreams collided with ruin. I felt my own heart pound, the fear of losing him wrestling with the fear of what he had become. "Then raise yourself above the ruins of our friendship. But know this, if you rise above, I will not be your stepping stone." My voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, but as the words left my mouth, I felt the tremor of uncertainty. A flicker of a smile crossed his lips, a haunting reflection of what we had been, but it was swallowed by darkness, by the shadows clawing at his heart. "Then let it be so. Let the gods decide if we are worthy of their favor." And with that, the storm broke. The winds howled in a fierce symphony, the clash of steel echoed in the night. I felt the weight of destiny pressing down, a heavy cloak of inevitability, as we braced ourselves for the battle ahead, two hearts tethered to a past we could never escape. The clash of swords rang, fierce and relentless, but deep down, it was not merely steel against steel. It was the sound of our very souls clashing, the cries of our dreams, the echoes of all we had lost, the shadows of a friendship torn asunder by ambition and fear. In that moment, amid the chaos, I realized, what loomed before us was not just a confrontation, but a reckoning of all we had ever been, and all we could never be again. The sky cracked open, and the stars we had once dreamed of flickered above, watching, waiting, as we descended into the storm we had both created. And somewhere in that tempest, I hoped, against all hope, that perhaps, just perhaps, we could find our way back to the light. But as I locked eyes with Halfdan, I knew the darkness was closing in, and each heartbeat pulled us deeper into the abyss, where fate and fury danced in a deadly waltz. The air crackled with tension, thick as the mist that curled around the ancient stones of the castle like a living thing. A figure stood at the edge of the battlements, heart racing, breath hitching in the cold night. I could feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, a burden I shared with every soul in the kingdom, every warrior, every peasant, every child tucked away in their beds, dreaming of brighter things. But the shadows creeping through the town whispered of something darker, something I could not name. There, in the distance, the silhouette of a tower loomed, ominous and beckoning. It held a secret, a passage to a past I both craved and feared, a riddle wrapped in the whispers of Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the gods. The tales we spun around fires, tales that ignited the spark of heroism and drowned us in despair, danced in my memory like wild flames, licking at the edges of my sanity. Gjallarhorn! A voice broke through the fog of my thoughts, raw and frantic. It was Eric, my brother, his brow slick with sweat, eyes wide as if he faced a monstrous beast just out of sight. They're coming! The raiders! We must, his words fell from his mouth like stones, heavy and penetrating. I could see the fear in his eyes, the fear I felt curling in my own belly like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. I remember the stories, Eric, I whispered, my voice trembling. Heimdall stands watch at Bifrost, ever vigilant, ever ready. But will he hear us? Will he come? And if he does? Eric's hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with desperation. What then? I need something solid, Gjallarhorn. I need your faith. I need you to believe. But do I? I thought, the question gnawing at my insides. What is faith but a fragile thing, a paper bird on the cusp of flight, only to be crushed by the weight of reality? I could feel the walls of our home closing in, memories flooding the space, my mother's laugh, her hands weaving tales of old, her voice warm as summer sun. Heimdall is bold and bright, she'd said, like a flame in the dark. But now, in this moment, I felt only the chill of uncertainty. Suddenly, the air shifted, heavy with an echo that sent chills racing down my spine. The sound of horns, low and sonorous, rolled through the valley, a warning, a summons. They were here, the raiders, as relentless as nightfall, as merciless as winter's grip. My heart hammered in my chest, fear mingling with a strange kind of exhilaration. Perhaps within this chaos lay my chance for something greater, something that echoed through the ages. You're not leaving this tower, Eric said, desperation lacing his tone. We fight together, as we always have. Together! The word enveloped me, yet in its embrace lay the weight of our shared history, the losses, the battles fought in shadows, the moments stolen by fate. But what if I fail you? I asked softly, a question that felt like a dagger against my throat. What if Heimdall doesn't hear our cries? Then we will scream louder, Eric growled, determination igniting in his voice. We are not alone, sister. We have each other, and in this darkness, we cling to that. Do you hear me? I closed my eyes, letting the night sweep through me, a tide of memories crashing against the shore of my soul. I recalled the stories of Heimdall, a sentinel beneath the stars, his senses sharp as the edge of a sword, his gaze piercing the fabric of time itself. Heimdall, I murmured, letting his name weave through the air like a spell. Can you hear us? But the silence that followed felt like 1,000 ghosts gathering, a weight pressing down on my heart. In that moment, a voice echoed in my mind, the voice of a poet long lost to the ages. The night is dark, but stars are born from its womb. I stood, resolute, the fire of our ancestors igniting within me. We will not perish in the shadows. We are the light. The wind howled, a symphony of chaos as the doors burst open, revealing the raiders, faces shrouded in darkness, eyes glinting with hunger and malice. My vision blurred with adrenaline, and I felt weightless, suspended between fear and fury. I could see Eric standing beside me, defiant and fierce, each heartbeat resonating, a drum calling to battle. And then they charged, a wave of darkness, a clash of intentions. The air erupted with cries, ringing steel, and the scent of iron filled my nostrils, sharp and metallic. In this moment, I remembered the stories of old, the tales of valor and sacrifice, and I felt my spirit intertwining with those who had fought before us, their echoes stirring in the marrow of my bones. "Fear not!" I cried, my voice slicing through the chaos, becoming a beacon within the storm. Heimdall watches, and tonight, we are the heroes of our own fate. And then, in the heart of the fray, something shifted. A flash of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield like a comet streaking across the sky, and for a brief moment, I felt the weight of Heimdall's gaze upon us, a silent promise that echoed through the ages. Would he save us? Or was our fate already sealed in the whispers of the night? But in that heartbeat, everything became clear. We are defined not by our victories, nor even our losses, but by the courage to stand in the face of the unknowable, to carve our names into the fabric of time with fire and blood. And so I fought, not just for survival, but for the stories yet to be written, the tales that would echo through the halls of history. The chaos enveloped me, the cries of warriors mingling with the shadows, and in that moment, I sustained the weight of eternity on my shoulders, and I became the flame in the dark. I became the story. And as the night wore on, as the battle raged in a symphony of despair and hope, I felt the pulse of something greater whispering in the void. It was the essence of Heimdall, a reminder that the stories do not end, they spiral into infinity, beckoning the next soul daring enough to listen. The air crackled, thick with an unshakable tension that clawed at the throat, drowning out the distant roar of battle. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, watching as flames flickered like the desperate dance of dying stars. The temple loomed, a colossal shadow etched into the night, its once sacred stones now marred by blood and ash. I could smell the smoke, acrid and bitter, the stench of lost gods. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, once stood tall in the hearts of men, his golden hair blazing like the sun itself. But tonight, he was a whisper, a ghost flickering in the firelight. I remembered tales of his watchful eye, his relentless vigilance. I had always imagined him a beacon, but now? Now he felt more like a fading memory, an echo of a time when faith was untainted by the iron grip of a foreign god. Beside me, Ingrid's hands trembled as she clutched her cross, knuckles white against the polished wood. She had been a child of the old ways, her laughter ringing through the meadows, sacred and wild. But tonight, her eyes betrayed a conflict that knotted in the pit of my stomach. "What if they are right?" she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the chaos. "What if our gods are nothing but shadows?" I could see the doubt swirling in her gaze, the fear of losing everything she had ever known. Her heart was a battlefield, a war zone of ancient faith colliding with the seductive call of salvation. "Ingrid," I murmured, desperate to anchor her, sometimes shadows speak louder than the light. Farther down the street, a figure stumbled into view, a man, wild-eyed, his beard singed and reeking of smoke. He was one of us, a witness to our traditions, our rituals, yet now, the flames reflected a truth in his eyes. "Heimdall is dead," he howled, voice cracking like a whip. "Drowned in the waters of the new faith. They're coming for us next." His words spiraled through the air, wrapping around my throat like a noose. I remembered the stories, the tales of Heimdall's brilliance, his ability to hear the grass grow, to see the future in the stars. But now, those stories melted like wax before the flame of a new hope. The battle raged on, and I felt each heartbeat echo in the shadows, a reminder that nothing was sacred anymore. Ingrid's grip tightened on her cross, a flicker of defiance flashing across her face. "We must fight," she declared, voice rising above the din, a fragile determination breaking through the veil of despair. but I could see the cracks in her resolve, the weight of her own belief pressing down. But what do we fight for? I countered, my voice low, each word soaked in the heaviness of reality. For a god who may not even care. That question hung between us, a spectre of doubt. I recalled my own dreams, vivid and cruel, where clashing swords echoed the torment of changing times. The whispers of forgotten gods floated around me, beckoning, haunting. What do you sacrifice when the very essence of your belief is laid bare? Was love for Heimdall enough to shield us from the encroaching shadows? The clash of swords intensified, the air thickening with iron and fury, but I felt like a distant observer, trapped in a world that spun faster than I could comprehend. Through the haze, I watched as men who once worshipped together turned on each other, their former camaraderie snuffed out like the dying embers of a once bright fire. And then I saw him, Karl, the blacksmith, a man whose laughter was like thunder, whose strength was forged in the heart of the mountains. He charged into the fray, his hammer raised high, swinging with a fervor that shook the earth. But in his eyes, I saw a flicker of uncertainty, a man torn between the loyalty to the old gods and the blind faith of the new. His every strike was a question, a plea for clarity amidst chaos. "Are we warriors or fools?" he yelled, the words laced with raw emotion, bleeding into the air around us. In that moment, I felt the weight of our shared humanity, the collective fear that gripped us like a vice. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of this uncertain reality. "Heimdall!" I cried out, the name bursting forth, raw and unfiltered. "Where are you? Are you watching? Do you even care?" My voice echoed against the night, swallowed by the cacophony of battle, unanswered, unheard. Ingrid's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a fragile reflection of our shared despair. "What if this is the end?" she whispered, the question an unbearable weight. "What if there's nothing left for us after this?" Her vulnerability cut deeper than any sword, a reminder of our tenuous grip on belief, on hope, on each other. But as the flames crackled and the shadows danced, a thought crept into my heart. What if the end was just a beginning? What if, in the ashes of our shattered beliefs, something new could rise? I could feel the tide shifting, the air charged with the possibility of transformation, even in the face of despair. And as Karl swung his hammer again, I realized that the struggle wasn't just against an invading force, it was a battle for our souls, for the very essence of who we were. Perhaps Heimdall's legacy wasn't extinguished. Perhaps he had become something more profound, a spirit woven into the fabric of our fear, our anger, our love. The clash of faiths grew more violent, the air thick with smoke and the screams of the fallen. I felt the pulse of a world on the brink of collapse, and deep within me, I knew that none of us could walk away unchanged. Heimdall was slipping, fading, morphing into something unrecognizable, yet, in that uncertainty, there was a flicker of hope. The shadows whispered promises, the echoes of our past intertwined with an uncertain future, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around us as we stood, poised on the precipice of a new dawn. In the heart of the chaos, I breathed in the smoke, tasted the bitter ash of our legacy, and dared to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, the fight was worth it. Even as the night closed in, the shadows danced around us, and the story of Heimdall lived on, forever intertwined with our own. The wind howled through the jagged ruins of the old tower, a long-forgotten sentinel crumbling where time stood still. I stood there, heart pounding, as the last echoes of laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that wrapped around me like a shroud. The stones, worn and moss-covered, whispered secrets of the past, secrets I had come to unearth. My breath hitched as I caught sight of the shadows flickering in the periphery, shadows that seemed alive, pulsing with an energy that made my skin prickle. I remembered the first time I heard of Heimdall. A myth, an old Norse tale, a guardian standing watch over the bridge to the divine. In that moment, I felt the weight of his gaze piercing through time, a reminder that some doors should never be opened, some bridges never crossed. But here I was, drawn by an insatiable curiosity, a desperation to reclaim something long lost. Elena stood beside me, her face pale, eyes wide with a fear that matched my own. She was not just a friend, she was a mirror reflecting my deepest insecurities and desires. "What if we shouldn't be here?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I wanted to reassure her, wanted to tell her that we could handle whatever we found, but the truth clawed at my throat. I didn't know. The silence between us cracked like lightning, the air thick with unspoken fears. And then there was Aidan, the reckless spark in our trio, the one who danced with danger as if it were a lover. He laughed in the face of the unknown, but I could sense the tremor beneath his bravado. "Come on, it's just a story," he said, though his eyes darted to the shadows as if they could reach out and snatch him away. I caught a glimpse of his vulnerability, a fleeting moment when the confident facade slipped, revealing the boy who yearned for meaning in a chaotic world. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the tower, shaking the stones, rattling our very souls. It felt like the ground was breathing, alive with ancient power. I could see it in Elena's eyes, her heart raced not just from fear but from an exhilaration that sparked between us. This was more than a story, this was our reality, a confrontation with the myth that had haunted our dreams. We pressed forward, drawn into the darkness, the air thickening with anticipation. I could taste the fear, salty and metallic, as it coated my tongue. Aidan surged ahead, eager to confront whatever demon lay hidden in the depths. "You're both such scaredy cats," he taunted, though I noticed the tremor in his hands, the way he clenched his fists, trying to mask his own uncertainty. I remember the moment the shadows shifted, a flicker of movement so swift it was almost imperceptible. My heart lurched as a figure materialized, a spectre wrapped in shadow, the embodiment of Heimdall himself. In that heartbeat, time unraveled. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, I was suspended in a universe where past met present, where myths bled into reality. Elena gasped, and I felt her fingers clutch at my arm, grounding us both as the figure stepped forward, the golden hue of his eyes piercing through the darkness. "You seek knowledge," he said, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the stone walls. "But knowledge comes at a price." A chill clawed up my spine, the weight of his words pressing down like the heavy mantle of fate. I stole a glance at Elena, her brow furrowed, lips pressed tight. "What does he mean?" she barely breathed, and I could see the flicker of panic in her eyes. But Aidan, emboldened by his bravado, took a step forward. "We're not afraid of your price," he shouted, even as his voice trembled, the facade crumbling. I noticed the way he shifted his weight, preparing to bolt if need be. The tension between us coiled tighter, the air thick with unspoken truths. "Fear is a force," Heimdall intoned, his presence suffocating yet magnetic. "But it is not the only one. You stand on the threshold of choices, and each choice carries a consequence. Time is but a tapestry, each thread you pull can unravel everything you hold dear." I felt my heart racing, the gravity of his words weighing upon us. Memories flooded back, sacrifices made, moments lost, the ticking clock counting down our lives. I remembered Elena's laughter over coffee, Aidan's reckless joy in the rain, the warmth of friendship that felt like home. Could I risk everything to unearth what lay hidden? The shadows shifted again, foreboding and alive, and I felt the air grow colder. "You must decide," Heimdall's voice echoed, a haunting melody that wrapped around us like chains. "Will you embrace the darkness, or turn back to the light?" Elena looked at me, her eyes wide, searching for strength. I wanted to tell her that we could face whatever lay ahead, that we were more than our fears, but the silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. Aidan's bravado faltered, and I could see the ghost of doubt creeping in. The moment shattered as a distant roar split the silence, reverberating through the hollow stone, awakening something deep within the night. Panic surged, and I felt the pull of the shadows, felt them beckoning us further into the abyss. Here, myth and reality intertwining, we stood at the precipice, each heartbeat echoing our desperation, our fears, our unbreakable bond. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. Heimdall faded back into the darkness, leaving us trembling in uncertain silence, caught between the choices we could not yet comprehend. In that haunting stillness, I realized this was not just a confrontation with a guardian, it was a reflection of our own struggles, our own fears materializing in the form of shadows. I knew then that whatever lay ahead would test us in ways we could not fathom, a journey not just through the ruins of an old tale but through the very fabric of our souls. The clock continued to tick, each second swelling with significance, and I understood our lives were woven together in a way that no myth could ever capture. We stood there, three shadows entwined in the heart of the dark, knowing this was just the beginning, the real confrontation with our choices, our fears yet to come, forever teetering on the brink. A whisper of the past, a promise of the future, we lingered, waiting for the moment to unfold. A chill ran through the air, sharp like the bite of steel, as the shadows of ancient oaks twisted beneath an unyielding moon. There, in the vast stillness of the forest, the ground trembled not from the earth itself, but from the weight of fear pressing down like an iron shroud. I could hear her breath, quick and shallow, a frantic whisper in the night, Era, the guardian of these woods, her heart racing like a wild stag. She had always been the protector, the embodiment of strength wrapped in vulnerability, tangled in a web of duty and despair. Tonight, the darkness felt different, thick with an ominous presence, as if the roots of the trees themselves were alive, writhing with ancient secrets. I remember the stories, she said, voice barely rising above a whisper, each word a fragile echo. Stories of guardians, of the weight of what it means to protect. Her eyes darted, searching the shadows, her fingers trembling against the hilt of her dagger, a token of bravery encased in doubt. But what if the stories are wrong? What if guardianship is a curse? The tension hung heavy, twisting like the smoke from a dying fire, and it was impossible not to feel the pull of her inner turmoil. Era had once believed in the power of her lineage, the strength of her ancestors coursing through her veins, but as she stood there, surrounded by whispers of the night, she felt stripped of that conviction, bare and exposed. The guardianship she had embraced had morphed into a burden, a weight she feared she might not bear much longer. And then there was Ren. I could hear his footsteps behind her, deliberate and slow, his presence a storm brewing just out of sight. Ren, the war-weary warrior, his heart etched with the scars of battles won and lost. He had sworn to protect her, to stand beside her, yet here he was, battling his own ghosts, haunted by memories that threatened to consume him whole. Era, he called, voice a rasp like dry leaves in autumn, we have to move. They're coming. He was a flawed hero, a walking contradiction, brave but broken, hopeful yet hopeless. I watched as he wrestled with the weight of guardianship, a mantle that pressed against his shoulders until they threatened to buckle beneath its burden. I didn't choose this, he whispered to himself, but the words hung in the air, a prayer to the gods who seemed indifferent to their plight. I remember the day I took my oath. I remember the fire in my heart. But now, the fire felt extinguished, replaced with an icy dread that clawed at his insides. The moonlight turned the forest into a ghostly stage, illuminating their fears, their doubts, as they stood on the precipice of an inexorable fate. What was left of their courage when the very essence of guardianship felt like a cage? Era turned, desperation dancing in her eyes. Ren, I can't do this alone. The stories told me I wouldn't have to. His gaze pierced through the darkness, heavy with unspoken words. You're not alone, he promised, but the vow felt fragile, like an old, worn thread ready to snap. I'm here. Yet, in the silence that followed, his heart echoed with uncertainty, the fear that he might not be enough. The stillness shattered like glass. A rustling in the underbrush sent ripples of dread through the air, stinging their skin with icy fingers. Era's breath caught, and Ren stepped closer, grounding her as the shadows deepened, twisting with malice. They were no longer alone. The forest had teeth, and they could feel it gnashing in the dark. I remember the tales of the guardians, Era gasped, her voice quaking. How they stood against darkness, how they fought against the tide. But what if the tide is stronger? A figure emerged, cloaked in night, eyes glowing like embers in the deep. It was a spectre of what they feared, a guardian turned wraith, a harbinger of doom. You seek strength, it croaked, the voice alive with sorrow and rage. What do you know of sacrifice? What price will you pay? Ren stepped forward, a primal instinct igniting within him. We will not cower, he shouted, his voice a thunderclap against the stillness. We are the guardians of this realm. We will fight. But the wraith laughed, a sound that chilled the very marrow of their bones. Fight? Oh, dear fool, it is not the fighting that breaks you. It is the waiting. The watching. The knowing that every moment is woven with the fear of loss. Era's heart raced, the truth of those words clawing at her insides. Guardianship was not only about strength, it was about vulnerability, the exquisite pain of love and loss. "But we can't lose," she cried, desperation pouring from her. "I can't lose you, though, Ren." And just as she spoke those words, a sudden silence engulfed the forest, the world holding its breath. The shadows danced closer, a tapestry of dread woven with ancient threads of fate. A clock ticked somewhere in the void, loud, insistent, counting down the seconds until the moment of reckoning. "I remember," she whispered, "I remember the promises made under the stars, how they felt like destiny. But destiny was a fickle mistress, a shadow that filled the corners of their hearts with doubt." Though Ren turned to Era, his eyes a tempest of emotions, swirling with hope and despair. "We have to trust," he urged, the words shuddering like a fragile flame. "Trust that we are the ones to change the story." The wraith faded, momentarily quieted by their defiance. But the battle was far from over, and the clock ticked on, each beat a reminder that guardianship was a frail line between hope and despair. The night grew thicker, the shadows longer, and I could feel the pulse of fear surging through Era and the Ren, a visceral drumbeat that echoed the very essence of life. In that moment, surrounded by darkness, they stood resolute, two flawed souls entwined in a fate they did not choose. They leaned into the tempest, hearts racing, flesh quaking, guardians in their own right, not just of the woods but of each other. And as the shadows loomed ever closer, they prepared to face the unknown, bound by the fragile, fierce hope that even guardians could find strength in their brokenness. With a shared glance, they took a step forward, ready to face the shadows altogether. Time held its breath. The story had just begun. A shriek pierced the night, raw and visceral, echoing through the mist-laden air. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the sound like glass shattering in my chest. The ground trembled beneath me, a warning tremor, a pulse, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Somewhere in the darkness lurked the specter of fear, a shadow creeping closer with every breath. The moon hung high, a spectral eye watching, judging. But it wasn't the moon I feared, it was the truth that lay just beyond my vision, waiting to emerge. "Look," a voice hissed from the shadows, knotting my stomach. Freya emerged, her eyes wide, reflecting desperation and defiance. I remembered her laughter, how it once danced in the air like sunlight, warm and nurturing. Now, it was a distant echo, a memory swallowed by the impending dread. "Heimdall sees everything," she said, breathless. "But can he see us? Can he see what we've become?" Her words cut deeper than any sword, carving away the layers of pretense that had shielded us from our own truths. "Can he?" I murmured, my voice a fragile thread, barely keeping the weight of my thoughts from unraveling. The stories of Heimdall, the all-seeing guardian of Asgard, whispered through my mind like a chilling wind. He surveyed the realms with eyes that pierced through illusions, revealing every secret, every lie. His gaze was a weapon, a burden. What if he sees us as we really are? Freya's face twisted in anguish, a mixture of fear and yearning. "I can't bear it," she confessed. "The judgment. The clarity. I would rather be lost in the darkness than exposed to his sight." I understood, oh how I understood. There was a comfort in ignorance, a solace in the shadows. But not for long. The creeping dread of what lay ahead tightened around my chest like a vice. The truth was a wildfire, and we were mere kindling. Then there was Eric, standing to the side, a silent observer cloaked in his own turbulent thoughts. His fingers danced nervously along the hilt of his sword. He'd always been a warrior, bravely facing countless foes, yet now he felt like a ghost, haunted by unseen demons. "What if we confront him?" he asked, voice trembling yet fierce. "What if we let him see us?" The bravado of his words hung heavy, an unlit fuse waiting for the spark. "Perhaps the truth will set us free." Freedom felt like a cruel joke. I remember the last time we sought truth, we tore down the walls that surrounded us, only to find ourselves exposed, vulnerable. We had thought we could conquer our perceptions, that we could wield sight like a sword, but all it had done was lay bare our insecurities. I had seen the fear in Eric's eyes then, had tasted the bitterness of betrayal as he turned from me, weapon drawn against his own. "Can you truly face what you've done?" I asked, desperation clawing at my throat. Can you bear to see the blood on your hands? The question lingered, heavy with implications, each word a stab into the heart of our fragile bond. Eric's jaw tightened, and I saw a flicker of pain, a reflection of the darkness we all carried within us. Freya stepped closer, her voice a caress, fragile and strong. "We don't have to face him alone," she said, her breath warm against the chilly air. "Together, we can confront the fear, the truth." The promise echoed, a fragile lifeline thrown into the abyss. But a part of me recoiled, like a moth drawn to a flame, terrified of the possibility of being burned. "Together," Eric repeated, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "If we're to face Heimdall, we must face ourselves first." The irony hung thick, an invisible thread weaving through our fears. We had spent years running from our own reflections, but now, the thought of standing in front of the Guardian, of meeting his all-knowing gaze, sent shivers down my spine. A figure loomed in the mist, cloaked in shadows. My breath hitched in my throat. It was Heimdall, his presence an overwhelming force. The air crackled, charged with the tension of unspoken words. His eyes burned like twin suns, piercing through our facades, unraveling the tightly woven fabric of our lives. I could feel him seeing, dissecting, judging. "What do you wish to know?" he asked, voice a rumble like distant thunder. The ground beneath my feet trembled as if waiting for my response, for the moment of reckoning. "What truth haunts you?" I wanted to scream, to unleash every secret that curled in the darkness of my heart. But instead, I stood mute, stripped bare, every fear laid out before him like a sacrificial offering. Freya's hand found mine, squeezing tightly, anchoring me to the moment. "We wish to know ourselves," she breathed, the words fragile yet filled with raw emotion. "We wish to see." In that instant, the air shifted, reality bending and twisting around us, a kaleidoscope of fears and hopes colliding. The weight of our past loomed heavy, a storm gathering on the horizon. Heimdall stepped closer, his gaze unyielding, a tempest of sight and perception. "Then see," he commanded. The world around us blurred, colors bleeding into each other, and I felt as if I was being torn apart, my very essence laid bare before the cosmos. Memories flooded in, moments of laughter, heartbreak, betrayal, each one a shard of glass, reflecting our fragmented souls. And in that moment, the truth sliced through the darkness, a blinding light illuminating our fears. I saw Eric's anguish, the weight of his violence pressing down like an anchor. I saw Freya's yearning, a desperate hunger for acceptance that gnawed at her spirit. I felt the raw pain of their struggles, of our shared burdens, revealing a tapestry of interconnected destinies woven from threads of fear, love, and regret. "Are you ready?" Heimdall's voice echoed, a haunting whisper that sent chills racing along my spine. But I couldn't answer, not yet. The confrontation was not just with him, but within ourselves. The tension strained the air, a taut string ready to snap. As the shadows deepened and the moon pulsed brighter, my heart thundered in my chest, a primal rhythm echoing the call of confrontation. We stood on the precipice, poised to leap into the unknown, the darkness swirling around us like a tempest, daring us to embrace the light, or remain forever lost in the shadows. Time stretched, a thin veil that threatened to unravel entirely. I remembered the weight of our choices, the gravity of our sight and perception, and suddenly, I understood, vision is a blessing and a curse, a double-edged sword that can illuminate or obliterate. The confrontation loomed before us, a darkened horizon filled with potential. And the story was not finished. The intensity hung heavy in the air, the next moment waiting to consume us whole. My heart raced, an echo of impending fate, as we braced ourselves for the truth that lay ahead, knowing this was just the beginning. The air was thick with an unspoken weight, a tangible silence that screamed louder than any cry for help. In the distance, the Bifrost shimmered, a bridge of colors, a sliver of madness slicing through the dark sky like a one-way ticket to oblivion. Its vibrant hues pulsed with an urgency, a beckoning that felt sinister and magnetic all at once. I could see the jagged edges of fear reflected in the eyes of my companions, each heartbeat resonating with the tension that coursed between us. This was not just a bridge, it was a chasm, an abyss that promised to swallow us whole. Lara stood to my left, her hands trembling, fingers twisting the frayed hem of her shirt, a nervous habit that betrayed her inner turmoil. She was the kind of person who wore her heart on her sleeve, and right now, her heart was pounding with the rhythm of a war drum. We'd all come seeking answers, but all we found was a labyrinth of uncertainty, an emotional maze we could neither navigate nor escape. "Are we really doing this?" she whispered, her voice almost lost in the cacophony of our fears. Then there was Marcus, pacing like a caged animal, the shadows of his past clinging to him like a second skin. His breaths came in quick gasps, and I could see him weighing the cost of each decision, each step. This was a man who wore his scars like medals, hard-earned, but also heavy. "If we don't cross, we'll never know," he muttered, almost to himself, more a mantra than a statement. The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as he grappled with his own demons. He had been the protector, the anchor in our storm, yet here he was, adrift. I could feel the echoes of our shared history swirling around us. Each moment, each fragment of laughter or sorrow, felt like a stone thrown into an endless void. "I remember," I said, my voice breaking through the silence, "the first time I saw the Bifrost. It felt alive, like it could breathe with us." The memory washed over me, a bittersweet tide pulling me back into the remnants of our innocence, a time when hope still glimmered like the stars above. But now, the stars were obscured, smothered by dark clouds of doubt and anxiety. I stepped closer to the edge, compelled by an invisible force. "What if we're wrong?" Lara's voice trembled, the fear etched in the lines of her face, her vulnerability raw and unfiltered. She had sacrificed so much already, her dreams fading like the colors of the sunset, and I didn't know if I could bear to witness another loss. The Bifrost loomed larger, its colors shifting ominously. It felt like a living thing, a beast waiting to consume us whole. It whispered secrets in a language I couldn't understand, promising transformation wrapped in betrayal. "This isn't just a bridge," Marcus said suddenly, as if shedding light on a truth we had all been too afraid to voice. "It's a threshold. We cross it, and there's no going back." I watched as he clenched his fists, knuckles white with determination and dread. The internal battle raged in his eyes, a tempest of regret and hope. I reached out, placing my hand on his arm, grounding him, anchoring us both in this chaos. "We'll take it together," I said, though my heart hammered against my chest, a traitor to my resolve. The moment hung suspended, a fragile thread woven through the darkness. Lara took a shuddering breath, the fear etched into her features like a haunting memory. "On the other side, what if it's worse?" Her words fell like stones, heavy and cold, echoing through the void between us. What awaited us beyond the shimmering chaos? Or better, I countered, though even I could feel the weakness in my voice. I was grasping for straws, desperately trying to hold onto light in a world shrouded in shadows. I could see the flicker of hope in Lara's eyes, a small flame trying to push back against the encroaching dark. But then the moment shattered, the tension snapping like a taut string under pressure. Suddenly, a pulse of energy rippled through the air, a violent surge that knocked us off balance. The Bifrost trembled, colors flashing erratically, a warning, a promise, or perhaps a curse. We staggered back, fear clawing at our throats, but the pull was undeniable. "We have to go!" Marcus shouted, his voice cracking, desperation spilling forth like a dam bursting. And just like that, we were consumed by the urgency of the moment. Our feet moved almost of their own accord, drawn toward the shimmering chaos as if it were the only way to silence our fears. I could feel the vibrations of the bridge beneath us, a heartbeat synchronized with our own, faster and faster as we approached the brink of the unknown. "Hold on!" I screamed, not sure if I meant it for myself or my friends. The Bifrost roared, a cacophony of sound and color, swirling in a tornado of emotions that pulled us closer to its edge. Every second felt like an eternity, every heartbeat echoing the inevitability of what lay ahead. And as we stepped onto the bridge, the world around us shattered into a kaleidoscope of memories and fears. Each step was a transition, a reminder of who we were and who we might become. The air crackled with possibility and dread, the threads of our lives intertwining, pulling us into the uncertainty of the future we could not yet grasp. I remember the sound of our breaths mingling with the chaos, the taste of fear on our tongues, and the weight of unspoken truths hanging heavy in the air. We were crossing not just a bridge, but the very essence of our lives, and I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for us to leap into the unknown. As we moved, the colors flooded our senses, an overwhelming symphony of emotion that threatened to drown us. Each footfall resonated deep within, a reminder that we were not just crossing a threshold, we were transforming, reshaping, becoming something new. And as the Bifrost heaved, twisting under the weight of our hopes and fears, I felt the world shift beneath my feet. We were on the brink of everything, the transition echoing in the very marrow of our bones. This was no mere crossing, it was a reckoning, a raw and unfiltered confrontation with our own souls. Our stories were unfolding, and the Bifrost didn't just connect worlds, it demanded we confront who we were and who we dared to become. In the heart of it all, I realized the truth was not in the destination but in the journey itself, in the dizzying complexity of our emotional tapestry, weaving through the shadows of our hearts, forever suspended in that moment. The air crackled with a tension so thick, it felt like a living, breathing thing, coiling around Heimdall's throat. He stood at the edge of Asgard, the shimmering bridge of Bifrost stretching out like a serpent of light, its colors dripping into the abyss below. It was a silence that screamed, a silence that clung to the senses, every heartbeat a reminder of the approaching storm. His hands, calloused from centuries of vigilant duty, gripped the sword Gjallarhorn. Its blade gleamed, reflecting the flicker of distant stars, but it was not the sword that weighed on him tonight, it was a deeper fear, a gnawing worry that something dark and insidious, was creeping toward their sacred realm. He could feel it in his bones, a whispering dread that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. "Why can't you just see it, Balder?" Heimdall's voice cracked, each word a desperate plea, a ghost of a memory echoing in his mind. "You dance in the light, but shadows are gathering. I see them. I feel them." Balder, golden-haired and carefree, laughed, a sound that should have warmed the heart but twisted instead like a knife. "Your eyes are too sharp, old friend." "You sharpen them against the mundane," Balder replied, his smile bright but hollow, like the surface of a lake hiding stormy depths beneath. "The gods are safe. They always will be." But Heimdall knew better. He had felt the shift in the air, the tremors of fate collapsing into chaos. He saw the blurred edges of impending doom, the drumming of hooves echoing across a dark horizon. His heart thundered as he recalled the last time he had sounded the horn, the last time he had summoned every god to the battlefield. How could Balder be so ignorant? Or was it simply denial? "I remember," Heimdall murmured, staring into the void beyond Bifrost. "I remember the day the skies turned black, the day the wolf howled. I remember the smell of blood on the grass." And then, as if summoned by his memories, the wind shifted, carrying with it echoes of laughter from dying embers, whispers of fate woven into time. Each gust tugged at his heart, unraveling pieces of him he thought he'd buried deep. He was not just the guardian of the gods, he was their last line of defense, a lighthouse guiding them away from the rocks. A chill raced down his spine. "Something is coming, Balder. Something beyond our understanding." Balder's laughter faded, replaced by a growing unease. "You speak of things that cannot be seen, Heimdall. Are you not the seer? Show me what you see." "Not all visions are clear," Heimdall replied, his voice hushed. "Some are riddles, pieces of a greater puzzle, and I fear the image is one we cannot bear." The clouds gathered, dark and swirling, shrouding the stars, and suddenly, Heimdall was a boy again, staring into the night sky, dreaming of heroics under the watchful eye of the cosmos. But those dreams had frayed into nightmares, and he shook his head, fighting the memories of blood and ruin, of Odin's heavy crown and Freyja's tear-streaked face. "Do you trust me?" Heimdall asked, locking eyes with Balder. There was a moment, just a brief flicker, where the world held its breath, and for the first time, he saw uncertainty flicker in his friend's gaze. It cut deeper than any blade. "I do," Balder whispered, but the words felt like ashes. The weight of the night pressed down. Heimdall turned his gaze back to the swirling shadows that danced at the edges of the cosmos. They spun and twirled, creating a tapestry of foreboding, each thread a tale of destruction. And within that dark weave, Heimdall spotted a glimmer, an ominous light that pulsed like a heartbeat of its own. He knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that they were not just faces in the crowd, not just gods basking in the glow of immortality. They were fragile, too, their humanity wrapped in a veneer of divinity, and Heimdall felt the crushing weight of that reality. The protection he offered was not just a shield, it was a prison of fear, a constant vigilance that drained the life from his very soul. "Can we fight what we cannot see?" Balder's voice trembled. "Can we stand against shadows?" "We must," Heimdall replied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "We must stand or else let the darkness consume us whole." And then, a distant rumble, a warning, a clarion call echoing through the fabric of existence. The ground shook beneath their feet, a low growl that spoke of an ancient power awakening. Heimdall's heart raced. This was it, the moment every dream had foretold. He raised Gjallarhorn to his lips, the metal cool and familiar in his grip, and the world around him stilled. Time hung suspended. He drew in a breath, the weight of the universe pressing against him, and then he blew. The sound raced across the sky, rippling, crashing, echoing into the void. It was a sound that could awaken the dead, call forth the battle, and summon the gods. But what if it was too late? As the haunting call faded, Heimdall felt the spiral of destiny shift, their fate entwined with both light and shadow. He glanced at Balder, whose eyes glistened with a mix of hope and dread. Their bond would be tested, strained against an unseen force that could tear them apart. "Whatever comes, we face it together," Balder vowed, but the resolve in his voice faltered. Heimdall nodded, though his heart felt heavy. "Together. Until the end." And as they stood, two souls poised against the abyss, the dark clouds rolled in, a tempest of uncertainty swirling around them, a harbinger of the chaos to come. In the distance, they could feel the rumble of hoofbeats, an army, an inevitable tide of darkness that would crash upon them like a relentless wave. The moment stretched out, taut as a bowstring, and in that suspended breath, the world slipped away, leaving nothing but the weight of their impending confrontation. The stars flickered, shadows deepened, and the light of the gods shimmered uncertainly against the encroaching night. Time hung, fragile and quivering, as Heimdall readied himself for the battle ahead. Victory or ruin, the choice hung before him, bleeding into the fabric of fate. And deep within the unfolding chaos, he could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, weaving their stories, stitching together the night. They were not just gods, they were echoes of every heart that had ever beat with courage, every soul that had stood against the darkness. And now, the darkness was here. The air crackles with an eerie tension that suffocates the night, a silence so profound it feels like a living thing, coiling around you, daring you to breathe. I remember the shadows that stretched across the cobblestones, long fingers reaching for me as I stood at the edge of a whispered promise, the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams hanging heavy like a storm cloud. I remember his eyes, glacial blue, an impenetrable fortress, watching, waiting, as if he could pluck the very threads of fate from the sky and weave them anew. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian of the Bifrost, stood there, a spectre of light against the encroaching dark. I could almost hear the hum of the universe, a symphony of stars held hostage by his unwavering gaze. But it wasn't just the universe he guarded, it was hope, fear, and the very essence of what it meant to be alive amidst the chaos. In that moment, I felt the world teetering on the precipice of something monumental, a cosmic scale tipping between despair and possibility. Beside me, Astrid trembled, a flicker of doubt dancing in her eyes. She was a warrior, but tonight, she felt fragile, like glass underfoot. Her heart beat a frantic rhythm against her ribcage, a wild drum calling forth the ancient spirits of battle. I could feel her fear like a tangible force, heavy like the armor she wore, its weight pressing down on her, reminding her of the countless sacrifices made for a fleeting glimpse of victory. "What if he isn't enough?" she whispered, her voice a ghost lost in the wind. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that Heimdall was invincible, that nothing could breach his eternal watch. But the truth gnawed at me, a gnawing hunger for certainty in a world that thrived on uncertainty. Then there was Eric, standing a few paces away, his face shadowed, caught somewhere between fury and desperation. He was my brother, yet I felt the distance stretching between us like an unfathomable chasm. Eric believed in action, in the fire of rebellion, while I was forever caught in the web of contemplation, mired in philosophical quandaries. Heimdall's vigilance is a curse, he spat, his voice low yet charged. A sentinel doomed to witness the suffering of others without the power to stop it. His words struck me like a physical blow, carving their way through the fog of my own complacency. I could see it then, the raw, unfiltered truth of his pain. A guardian, yes, but also a spectator, tethered to a fate that forces him to watch, to endure, and to suffer. The night grew heavier as we stood at the edge of destiny, the air thickening with unspoken truths and the specter of what lay ahead. I remember the clock tower in the distance, its hands frozen in time. Tick. Tock. Time was an illusion, an endless loop that reminded us of our own inadequacies. Were we mere shadows slipping through the cracks of existence, or was there something deeper? Something that echoed in Heimdall's steadfast vigilance. Each tick of the clock pulled us closer to an inevitable confrontation, a collision of ideals that we could no longer evade. The stars bore witness to our turmoil, their distant light a stark contrast to the shadows that whispered secrets just beyond our reach. I remembered the old tales of the cosmos, the myths wrapped in a shroud of absurdity, where warriors rose and fell like the tides, where the gods themselves were flawed, echoing our own human struggles. They bathed once a year, I thought bitterly, picturing romance in a medieval world that surely smelled of sweat and desperation. Laughter bubbled up within me, a dark, ironic chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Who were we in this grand tapestry? Ghosts playing out our parts, forever chasing the promise of redemption. Do you think he's ever tired? Astrid's voice sliced through my thoughts, raw and cracked. Tired of watching, of waiting? What if he wants to fight too? There was a flicker of hope in her question, a light that dared to challenge the suffocating weight of resignation. I wanted to believe in that spark, to fan it into a flame that would ignite our dormant spirits. Perhaps, I replied, swallowing down the fear that threatened to drown me, he dreams of a world where vigilance is not necessary. At that moment, the ground trembled like a heart under the strain of 1,000 lifetimes. The darkness stirred, living and shifting, as if aware of our resolve, as if it were hungry for our fear. Shadows coalesced into forms that felt both familiar and alien, phantoms of our pasts replaying their tragedies in an unending loop. I could see them, the ghosts of decisions unmade, paths not taken, each one a reminder of the weight we carried. They beckoned to us, whispered promises of power, seducing us to join their dance of chaos. Heimdall can't save us from this, Eric growled, fists clenched, the fire of rebellion igniting in his eyes. We have to take control. We can't just stand here. His defiance shattered the stillness, a crack that raced through the night air, illuminating our fear with a blazing intensity. I could feel the weight of his conviction, the urgency thrumming between us, a pulse that begged for action. And yet, amidst the chaos, I felt the pull of something deeper. What if Heimdall's true power lay not in prevention, but in acceptance? What if his vigilance was not a burden, but a lesson, a reminder that life persisted, even in the face of insurmountable odds? I wanted to scream it, to let the words spill from my lips like molten lava, but the fear of being misunderstood held me back. As Astrid stepped forward, determination illuminating her face, I felt the weight of the moment shift. The shadows flickered, uncertain, as if aware of our resolve. We are more than just watchers, she declared, her voice ringing out like a clarion call, shattering the silence. We are the architects of our fate. In the distance, Heimdall's gaze remained unwavering, a beacon against the storm. I could feel the tension coiling tighter, a spring ready to snap. The clock struck, its chime echoing through the night, harmonizing with the heartbeat of our shared defiance. And yet, at that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely players in a game far larger than ourselves, a game where the stakes were not just our lives, but the very essence of existence. Would we confront the shadows, or would we become them? The question hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, as we prepared to face whatever lay ahead. In the silence that followed, the night deepened, wrapping around us like an embrace filled with both dread and promise. Time stood still, the universe holding its breath, poised for the next move. And in that moment, we were more than mere mortals, we were the echoes of every choice made, a tapestry woven from threads of hope, fear, and defiance. We stood together on the brink of a revelation, a confrontation that would shape our souls, our destinies, and perhaps, the fate of the cosmos itself. The watchtower loomed against the night sky, a jagged silhouette against the moon's cold gaze. I stood there, trembling, as a storm brewed in my chest, lightning cracking through the tension, each flash illuminating the urgency of the moment. The air was thick with the scent of rain and unspoken fears, and as the first drops began to fall, I could feel their weight, a heartbeat in the atmosphere, a countdown to something unspeakable. "Don't you dare look away!" Era's voice sliced through the storm, a tempest of its own, fierce and unyielding. Her eyes, blazing with an intensity that threatened to burn through the very fabric of reality, held me captive. I could see the fear lurking beneath her bravado, a flicker of doubt that she wouldn't let surface. It echoed in the tremor of her hands, the way she gripped the hilt of her sword as if it were a lifeline. She was a warrior, yes, but even warriors have shadows that haunt them. "Do you think they'll come?" I asked, my voice a whisper drowned by the patter of rain against the stones, my heart racing as if it could outrun the inevitable. Time felt like a distant concept, slipping through our fingers like sand. The watchtower was supposed to protect us, but how do you guard against what's already inside? "They will come," she replied, fierce determination curling her lips into a snarl. "They always do." The weight of certainty dripped from her words, yet I could taste the salt of her fear mingling with the rain. Era had lost so much, her brother, her home, her faith in anything that felt safe. I could see it all reflected in her eyes, an abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. And then there was Torin, standing apart, a spectre in the shadows. His gaze was distant, lost somewhere in the swirling chaos of past and future, as if he were a man caught between two worlds, neither of which would accept him. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back into the moment, but every time I tried, he slipped further away, vanished into the fog of his own regrets. "They're just ghosts," he muttered, almost to himself, as if saying it out loud could banish the demons lurking in the corners of his mind. "You can't fight shadows. Shadows can swallow you whole." I snapped, the desperation clawing at my throat. "You can fight, Torin." Yet I knew the truth. He fought every day against the specters of his memories, but he was losing ground. The rain poured down, drenching us, and with it came a sense of impending doom. I could hear the distant sound of hooves, an unnatural rhythm that sent chills racing down my spine. It was a pulse, a beat that thrummed beneath the surface of reality, reminding us that time was not a straight line but a twisted tapestry, frayed and unraveling at the edges. "Do you remember the stars?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. How they seemed to promise something beyond this. I remembered lying on the grass, dreaming of galaxies far away, far beyond our pain, our suffering. But those dreams felt like remnants of a life that had never been mine, flashes of light in a world drowning in darkness. Era turned her fierce gaze towards me, the storm in her eyes softening for a moment. I remember when I thought the constellations guided our fates," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Before the world turned on its head." A powerful bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the watchtower, and for a heartbeat, a vision flickered in front of me. I saw us, standing as children, unburdened by fears and the weight of time. We were running through fields of golden wheat, laughter spilling from our lips like sunlight, untainted and pure. But those days felt like a lifetime ago, swallowed by the darkness that crept ever closer. "Time is a thief," Torin said abruptly, his voice cutting through the memory like a knife. "It takes everything, even our hope." His words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, echoing the truth we all feared to acknowledge. I clenched my fists, feeling the warmth of my blood pulse beneath my skin, the life within me screaming against the void. "We can't let it take us," I insisted, though the tremor in my voice betrayed my uncertainty. "We have to fight back." But as the hooves drew closer, I felt the weight of doubt seep into my bones, the relentless march of time dragging us towards something we could not escape. The shadows lengthened around us, twisting into grotesque forms, reminding us of our own fears. I could hear whispers, chilling and insistent, echoing through the rain-soaked night, taunting us with memories of our failures, our losses. "They'll consume us," I thought, my heart racing as I glanced at Era and Torin, wondering if they, too, could feel the noose tightening around our throats. Suddenly, The air shifted, a palpable change that sent a shiver down my spine. The shadows coalesced, taking form, figures emerging from the dark, cloaked in despair. A procession of our past traumas, old wounds that had never healed, advancing with the certainty of fate. The fight felt futile, a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being snuffed out. "Stand firm!" Era shouted, her voice a rallying cry battling against the void. But the shadows were relentless, an army of ghosts clamoring to reclaim their lost hold on our hearts. With a surge of adrenaline, I stepped forward, feeling the weight of time pressing against my chest. "We will not be taken!" I roared, though the tremble in my voice belied my courage. The storm raged on, and just as I thought we might be swallowed whole, something stirred deep within me, a flicker of the stars I once dreamed of. The confrontation was not just with the figures before us but with the very essence of existence itself, the intertwining of time and space, reality and memory. The boundaries blurred, and in that moment, I grasped their significance. Time was not merely a thief, it was also a gift, a tapestry woven with our joys and pains, binding us together in this fragile existence. As I stood with Era and Tauren, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm, I felt it, a connection, a shared heartbeat echoing through the dark. Time and space twisted around us, a cosmic dance that defied the shadows. We were not alone, our fears were intertwined, echoes of a shared humanity that refused to be silenced. And as the storm raged on, I realized this was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight for our souls, for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The confrontation loomed ahead, and though I could feel the shadows closing in, I knew we had the strength to face them, not as individuals, but as a constellation of hope and defiance against the bleakness of the night. The moment stretched infinitely, the air charged with the electric pulse of possibility. And in that shared heartbeat, we braced ourselves for what was to come, a confrontation with the abyss, a reckoning with time itself. The watchtower stood tall above us, and I could feel its ancient heartbeat echoing the truth. We were the guardians of our fate, intertwined in a cosmic symphony that would not let us fade into darkness. The air was thick with anticipation, a suffocating cloak that wrapped around the heart and squeezed. It was a night like any other, yet unlike any other. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flickers whispering secrets. And then, in the distance, a sound shattered the silence, a long, piercing note cut through the world like a blade, echoing across the valleys, raw and primal. The Gjallarhorn. A call to arms, a harbinger of doom. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, my heart pounding like a war drum, resonating with the very core of existence. I remember the way the sound crawled beneath my skin, igniting every nerve with a fire of dread. Astrid, my sister, no, my blood, my tether in this chaotic world, clutched my arm, her fingers trembling as if they could pull me back from the very edge of the abyss. "It's time," she whispered, her voice cracking like dried leaves underfoot. Fear danced in her eyes, a storm of emotion swirling, pulling me into the eye of her turmoil. I could taste the fear, it was metallic and bitter, clashing with the earthy scent of the forest around us. I remember a time before the Gjallarhorn sounded, when laughter filled our home, when the air was sweet with the scent of baked bread and the warmth of our mother's embrace. But that was a ghost now, a memory slipping away like water through fingers. The world had shifted, and we were left teetering on a precipice, with nothing but the haunting call of the horn reverberating in our souls. In that moment, I glanced to the side where Eric stood, his face a mask of bravado, yet the tremor of his hand betrayed him. He was a warrior, fearless, reckless, but in the face of the unknown, he was just a boy, like me. "Whatever comes, we face it together," he said, his voice steady, though I could see the quiver in his jaw. Each word was a shield against the encroaching darkness, but the armor felt thin, fragile, like glass on the verge of shattering. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the heavy, damp air of the night. The trees loomed like sentinels, their branches reaching out, whispering to one another, as if foretelling our fate. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, but they all faded into the background, consumed by the haunting echo of the Gjallarhorn. It called to us, pulling us forward, into the maw of uncertainty. "What does it mean?" Astrid's voice broke, a thread of panic weaving through her words. I dared not answer, for I feared the truth. The Gjallarhorn was a sound that signified the end, the beginning of Ragnarök, where gods and monsters would clash in a cacophony of chaos. The thought twisted my stomach, a gnawing ache of helplessness gnashing at my resolve. Eric stepped forward, drawing a deep breath that seemed to fill him with courage. "It's a warning, but also a promise," he said, casting a glance toward the mountains, where storms gathered, dark clouds swirling like the very essence of fury itself. "We are part of something greater. We can't hide from our fate." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to drown in those words, to find solace in the idea of destiny. But all I felt was the raw edge of fear, cutting deeper with each passing moment. The air thickened, and with it, the weight of our choices pressed down on us. I glanced at Astrid, her face pale, framed by the shadows of the night. "What if we're not ready?" I breathed, the words slipping out like a soft, desperate confession. "I remember," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "the tales Mother told us, the warriors, the glory, the songs sung around the fire. But they never spoke of the fear, the waiting." Her eyes glimmered, catching the flicker of torchlight like stars caught in a web of sorrow. And in that moment, I saw the little girl who once danced around the hearth, free and unburdened, now transformed into a warrior cloaked in uncertainty. Time lost meaning as the sound of the horn continued to ripple through the air, wrapping around us, suffocating yet seductive. It was as if the very fabric of reality trembled with each note, pulling at the edges of our sanity. I could feel the pulse of the universe, a rhythmic thrum that echoed in my chest, syncing with the fear that coursed through my veins. Eric turned toward us, his eyes fierce with a wild, reckless determination. "We can face this," he shouted, breaking the spell of silence, his voice a battle cry. "We are not alone. We have each other." The intensity of his words hung in the air, a tapestry of hope stitched with the threads of despair. But even as I wanted to believe, the shadow of doubt lingered, a ghost echoing in the recesses of my mind. I remembered the stories of heroes who fell, of dreams shattered like glass. The Gjallarhorn was not just a sound, it was an omen, a reminder of our mortality, of the fleeting nature of time. I felt the weight of history pressing upon me, the struggles of countless souls blending into our own. And then there it was again, the Gjallarhorn, louder now, reverberating through my bones, an urgent plea that thrummed with the heartbeat of the world. It sang of impending doom, of the clash between light and dark, of the eternal struggle that defined existence. Astrid's fingers tightened around my arm once more, grounding me. "We can't let fear bind us," she said, her voice steely now, imbued with the spirit of defiance. "Let the sound guide us. Let it be our battle hymn." I saw the fire ignite in her eyes, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. As the night deepened, the sound wrapped around us like a shroud, an all-encompassing presence that demanded action, that demanded we step into the fray. We were not just our fears, we were the echoes of our ancestors, the weight of their struggles fueling our own. The Gjallarhorn was a call, an invitation to rise, to confront the darkness that awaited. And so, with hearts beating like war drums and resolve fortified by the bonds of blood and friendship, we steeled ourselves against the tide of uncertainty. The horn blared once more, a clarion call resonating through the cosmos. It pierced through the silence, and we answered. We were ready to face whatever came, a trio of spirits entwined, standing against the shadows. And as we moved forward, the music of the Gjallarhorn lingered, entwining with our souls, marking us forever as warriors. I remember that haunting song, a melody of fate that would follow us through the dark, binding our hearts in ways we could not yet understand, a promise that our story was just beginning. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the chaos beneath it, a starless night that draped the world in uncertainty. I could feel it deep in my bones, the tension curling like smoke, swirling around the edges of my thoughts. Shadows danced with a ghostly grace, flickering just out of reach, and I remembered the stories whispered in the dark, tales of Heimdall, the Watchman of the gods. A name that resonated with power and dread, his legacy twisted by the very fabric of gender dynamics that suffocated the air around us. I stood between two worlds, caught in a breathless moment, my heart pounding like the war drums of old. Beside me, Freya stood rigid, her golden hair catching the pale light, but her eyes were stormy, full of anger, frustration, a fierce fire that could ignite an entire forest. "You think you can protect us?" she spat, voice a low growl. "You think you can stand guard at the Bifrost, watching us suffer while you cling to your ideals of masculinity?" I felt her words slice through me, sharp and bitter. Heimdall, the pure protector, he was meant to embody the very ideals Freya so despised. I could see the conflict in her, the way she wrestled with the weight of her femininity, the strength she couldn't show without fear of being consumed. She was no delicate flower, she was a tempest, a raging storm, and I was but a single leaf caught in her wind. Heimdall was chosen for a reason, I managed to say, the words tasting like ash as they left my lips. "His duty is sacred. But you are a force beyond any duty." Freya turned away, fists clenched, and I could see the tremor in her shoulders, the way she fought against the chains of expectation that bound her. "And what of the women of Asgard?" she demanded, voice cracking. "What of their stories? Do they not echo through the halls of Valhalla? Or are they simply forgotten, swept away like dust?" As her words hung in the air, I thought of the myths we cherished, tales of heroes and warriors, tales where women lingered on the edges, mere shadows in the light of male glory. I stepped closer, driven by an impulse I didn't fully understand. "But you are not a shadow, Freya. You are the light that should pierce the darkness." Her laughter was bitter, a sound that clawed at my heart. "Light? You think this is light?" She gestured toward the moon, its glow mocking the struggles we faced. "It's a facade. What do these myths mean if they only serve to elevate men while women remain as mere footnotes? I am tired of playing second to the stories of men, of Heimdall, the Watchman, while I am left to guard my own heart." I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into the warmth of understanding. But even as I extended my hand, I felt the chill of centuries between us, centuries where the weight of masculinity had crushed the voices of countless women. I remembered the tales as I learned them, how they were spun with a thread of male dominance that overshadowed the brilliant intricacies of women like Freya. The irony pierced me like a dagger. I was no better than those who had come before me, perpetuating the cycle of silence. "I remember," I said, forcing the words past the knot in my throat. "I remember when I first learned of Heimdall, a god who could hear the grass grow. But what of the women who hear the cries of the world? Who see beyond the veil of time? They are the true guardians, even if they aren't the ones blowing the horns." Her eyes flashed with something, a glimmer of hope or a hatred so deep it threatened to consume her. I couldn't tell. "You think your words change things?" she challenged, fire igniting in her gaze. "What good are words when history holds no space for us? We are not voices in the wind, we are the storm waiting to break." A tremor ran through me. I felt the ground shift beneath our feet as we stood on the precipice of something far greater than ourselves. This wasn't merely about Heimdall. It was about us, the women and men trapped in a cycle of myth and expectation, clawing for validation in a world that often refused to listen. "Maybe," I breathed, "we can rewrite the stories. Maybe Heimdall can be a part of that change. A protector not just of Asgard, but of the voices that have been lost." Freya's expression softened, just a fraction, and I felt the air shift. But it was fleeting, the tension returned, heavy and suffocating. "Heimdall's vigilance," she mused, almost to herself, "what if he became a vessel instead? What if we harnessed his power and changed his story? Would the sword remain sharp, or would it shatter?" The wind howled, and I could almost hear the echoes of Valkyries calling, the ghosts of countless women who had fought for their right to be heard. "They are waiting," I whispered, "watching, and we owe it to them to give them a voice. We owe it to ourselves." Suddenly, the silence morphed into a cacophony of thoughts crashing together in my mind, memories flooding back, stories I had heard as a child, tales of battle and sacrifice, but also whispers of love and resilience. They all intertwined, a delicate dance of humanity that transcended the boundaries of myth and reality. Freya's hand gripped my arm, her touch electric. What if Heimdall's horn could call all of us? The warriors, the lovers, the forgotten? What if we filled the void with their songs? I felt a shiver, the unshakable feeling that the very essence of our existence hinged on this moment. Would we rise up, break free from the chains of the past, or would we remain bound to the silence? The clock ticked, its relentless rhythm echoing the urgency of our quest. In that breathless moment, we stood on the edge of oblivion, the tapestry of gender dynamics woven into the very fabric of our shared existence. We were lost, yet unyielding. We were the storm, the light, and the shadows. We were everything and nothing, standing before the myth that was Heimdall. And just like that, the tension curled tighter, an unspoken promise hanging in the air. The night was far from over, and neither were we. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that pressed down like a leaden sky, and in the heart of the ancient village, the whispers of the old myths curled like smoke around the villagers' heads. I could feel it, the electric charge, the hair on my neck standing up as I watched Ragnar stand at the edge of the forest, her silhouette dark against the dying light. She was trembling, but not from fear, no, it was something deeper, something primal coursing through her veins. I could almost hear her heart pounding, a drumbeat of impending doom echoing through the silence, threatening to drown out everything else. Ragnar, I called, my voice a desperate thread in the heavy air. She turned her gaze upon me, those eyes like storm clouds, swirling with doubts and memories that reached back through the ages. We can't just leave it, not now. The urgency slipped from my lips like a prayer, and the shadows danced around her, tracing the outline of a choice she didn't want to make. She took a step forward, and I could feel the pull of her fear, a magnetism that gripped the air between us. You don't understand, she whispered, each word a fragile breath. The stories, they're not just stories anymore. They're alive. The forest breathed with her, an echo of ancient tales, and somewhere deep within, I felt a shiver, a knowing that this was no ordinary night. Somewhere, in the depths of those stories, lay Heimdall, the Watchman, the Guardian, the one who could see through the fabric of time. But who was he to us? A myth, a legend, or something more terrifying? Across the world, variations of the Heimdall myth whispered through the ages, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of our lives. I could hear the echoes of those tales, the distant laughter of a child, the mournful wail of a lover lost. They twisted and turned like the branches above us, and I could feel the weight of them pressing down on my shoulders. Do you believe? It was a question, but it hung in the air like a challenge, a dare. Ragnar faced me, her fear morphing into defiance. Do you believe in the stories? In what they said about guarding the bridge? About the end? I remember, I started, but the words faltered. I remembered the stories my grandmother told, dark tales wrapped in playful laughter, the absurdities of heroes and gods. I remember how they said Heimdall could hear the grass grow and see the pulse of the stars. My voice cracked, and in that moment, I felt small, a child again, lost in the maze of tales that had shaped us. Then you know he's out there, Ragnar said, her voice soft but unwavering. The whispers are stronger now. They're calling. Her eyes darted to the woods, shadows flickering like ghosts of forgotten dreams. And those who answer, they don't return. I could see it in her face, the fight, the fear, the flicker of hope that danced just beyond reach. She was brave, yet achingly broken beneath the weight of expectation, of legacy. I thought of her father, the hero they all spoke of, and how she wore his name like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. You don't have to do this, Ragnar. You can let it go, I said, though I knew it was a lie. The siren call of the past tugged at her, pulling her closer to the edge, revealing a truth that cut deeper than any blade. I can't, she replied, her voice trembling with the depth of her conviction. I owe it to him. To the stories. And in that moment, I felt the sharp edges of memory cut through the treacle of our shared past. The night my father had vanished, swallowed by the darkness of the forest, a whisper of Heimdall's legacy echoed in our town. They said he had gone to the bridge, to face the light, to become one with the legends. But where was he now? A ghost on the wind, or a flicker in the night sky? I clenched my fists, rage and helplessness battling within me. Ragnar, I said, my voice a low growl, if you go out there, if you seek him, what will you find? Perhaps it's not about what I'll find, she replied, her tone a mix of defiance and fragility, but what I might become. With each word, the air thickened, and I could taste the bitterness of fate on my tongue. The story spun around us like threads woven into a tapestry of fear and hope, a reminder of how the past never truly dies. The clock ticked loudly in the distance, a deep, echoing sound that seemed to punctuate the heavy silence. Time was running out, and the ghosts of our ancestors whispered in the wind, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves, creating an eerie symphony that rocked my very bones. We stood on the precipice, the churning cosmos above us, the stars distant witnesses to our struggle. I remembered the tales, how they warned of the dangers lurking in the shadows, the monsters born from dreams and nightmares alike. I wanted to shout, to scream, but all that escaped was a whisper. "You don't have to do this alone." But in her eyes, I saw the resolve hardening, an iron will forged in the fires of longing and grief. "I'm not alone. He's waiting." And as she stepped back into the shadows of the trees, I felt the weight of her choice, the gravity of her decision pulling at me like a tide. With every heartbeat, I stood on that thin line between fear and hope, knowing that the stories would beckon us both, haunted, entangled, and forever tied to the myth of Heimdall. The night swallowed her whole, the darkness encroaching like a living thing. I could feel the cold tendrils wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each passing second, each moment stretching into infinity. The myths were alive, and the echoes of those ancient stories thundered through the forest. And as I turned to follow, I knew deep down that the confrontation, the heart of the myth, was waiting for us both, hidden in the shadows, just out of reach, as inevitable as the encroaching dawn. The air was thick, alive with tension, as the cries of the dying echoed through the moonlit forest. Shadows danced like restless spirits among the trees, their forms twisting and contorting, mimicking the chaos around them. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in the tightness of the moment, a witness to the maelstrom of despair unfurling before me. "You can't let him go." Her voice, sharp and urgent, sliced through the night, breaking me from my frozen stupor. Freya, fierce as the winter wind, stood her ground, hands clenched into fists, tiny dynamites ready to explode. Her face, pale and framed by wild tendrils of hair, was a tapestry of determination and fear, a portrait of a woman torn between loyalty and love. But loyalty to whom? The question gripped my throat, cold and clammy, as I turned my gaze to the figure at the edge of the clearing, his back facing us. Eirik, the fallen warrior, the one who had once been the pride of our village, transformed now into a spectre of arrogance and betrayal. He looked out into the darkness, a shadow of a man with the weight of Heimdall's legacy, that shimmering thread of fate, heavy on his shoulders. "I remember when we were children," I whispered, my words trembling like the leaves above. "We used to dream beneath these very stars. We thought we'd be invincible. But dreams are the refuge of fools, and the cruel ironies of time had taught us that too well." Eirik had tasted the bitterness of ambition, he'd sought power, and in his greed, he had lost everything, his honor, his brothers, his very soul. Freya's voice broke through the fog of my memories. "He's already lost. If you go after him, you'll only follow him into darkness." A flicker of desperation burned behind her eyes, and I felt the pull of her fear, raw and magnetic, like a storm cloud ready to break. She was right. Eirik had become a siren, calling us to a shipwreck of his own making. But there was something in his stance, a vulnerability that clawed at my heart. He looked so small against the towering trees, a once mighty oak reduced to a withering sapling. I took a step forward, drawn toward him not by reason but by an unyielding tether of friendship, one that had survived the tempest of our youth. "Don't go," I pleaded, unsure of whether it was even a whisper meant for Eirik or a confession to myself. "Your legacy, it doesn't have to be this." For a heartbeat, he turned, his eyes reflecting the silver light, pools of sorrow that threatened to drown me. "It's too late for that now," he said, voice gravelly like the earth beneath our feet. "You don't understand. I have to embrace it." "Embrace what?" "The dark promise of power? The chains of his own making?" I thought of Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, his golden horn echoing through the realms, warning of impending doom. What if Eirik could not hear the call? What if he was already too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of his own desires? But then, the silence shattered. A low growl rose from the depths of the forest, a sound so guttural it made the hair on my neck stand on end. Shadows quivered, and then they lunged, dark figures emerging like phantoms from a cursed dream. I felt the air shift, the weight of dread settling on my chest. "Run!" Freya shouted, but my legs remained frozen, anchored by the storm brewing inside me. I could see them now, the harbingers of chaos, beasts born from nightmares, their eyes glowing with hunger. They were drawn to Eric, to his desperation, to his pain. And in that moment, I understood. They were not just after him. They wanted us all. The ground trembled beneath us, roots snapping from the earth as if the very world conspired against our survival. Eric! I shouted again, my voice cracking like ice. You have to choose. You can fight this. But I don't want to, he roared, a tempest of anguish swirling within him. I want what's mine. I deserve this power. The beasts grew closer, their snarls a cacophony of fury and hunger. They knew our weaknesses, wore our fears like armor. And I felt it, the fear, the pulsing dread, clawing at my insides, whispering that maybe Eric was right, maybe this was the only way to wield control in a chaotic world. Yet, deep down, I knew that the price of that control would be our very souls. Freya moved beside me, a flame igniting in her eyes. We cannot let him do this. Her voice held a fierce conviction, and for a moment, our gazes locked, a silent agreement forged in the fires of our shared history. We would stand together, shoulder to shoulder, until the bitter end. Time warped, the shadows rushed at us, the beast's growls merging into a single, terrifying roar. Heartbeats thundered in my ears, a rhythm of desperation and defiance. I felt every inch of the ground beneath me, every leaf, every breath of wind. Eric! I shouted one last time, my voice breaking with the weight of what was left unsaid. I could see the struggle within him, the flicker of humanity fighting against the darkness. Remember who you are. We were brothers. The forest erupted into chaos. Claws raked the air, sharp teeth snapping dangerously close. And as I braced for the onslaught, the ground beneath us ruptured, and in that split second, I glimpsed it, the flicker of a choice, the ghost of a past that had promised hope. Would he choose the legacy of a god or the bond of a brother? But all that hung in the air like a fragile thread, an unbearable tension that felt like the world hanging on a precipice, waiting for the inevitable plunge. The night was alive, charged with anger and longing, and as the shadows closed in, I realized something profound. In this moment, we were all legacy, weaving our lives into the fabric of history, and the echo of our choices would resonate long after the dawn broke. And then, the darkness swept over us, and the world fell silent, leaving behind a question that would never fade. What would we become? The air crackled with an electric tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, and somewhere in that chaos stood Freya, her heart a drum pounding in her chest, each beat echoing the ancient blood that coursed through her veins. Rain fell in sheets, drenching the earth, turning the ground into a slick canvas of mud and memories. She could taste the bitterness of fear on her tongue, the remnants of a past she could never escape. This is it, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the howling wind, the cries of long-forgotten gods ringing in her ears. Beside her, Magnus stood like a statue, his jaw clenched, eyes fixed on the shadows that twisted in the flickering light of the bonfire. The flames danced with a life of their own, casting eerie reflections that flickered like ghosts against his hardened face. We can't turn back now, he said, but his voice trembled, betraying the certainty he tried to project. They had come too far, drawn deeper into this dark ritual, lured by the whispers of an ancient power that promised more than they could possibly understand. Every pulse of the fire felt like a heartbeat, and Freya could almost hear the giant stirring beneath the earth. What if we're wrong? She asked, a tremor creeping into her words. What if the old gods awaken and don't like what they find? She thought of the stories her grandmother told, gods who demanded sacrifices, who reveled in chaos. She could almost feel their gazes upon her, judging, waiting for her to falter. Across the clearing, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in the darkness of another world. It was Ingrid, her wild hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows. You're afraid, she said, her tone both soft and cutting, like a knife wrapped in silk. But fear is the first step to power. Ingrid's eyes glinted with a feral light, as if she held secrets that could unravel the very fabric of their reality. Freya felt a chill creep down her spine. And what kind of power comes with such fear? She shot back, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. I've seen what it can do. Look at us, we're standing here like fools, chasing shadows." The wind howled in response, a mournful wail that shook the trees, and Freya's heart raced as visions of the past flickered in her mind, her mother's frantic whispers about the dark days, about the old ways returning to reclaim their lost dominion. I remember the stories," she murmured, "the blood on the ground, the cries of the betrayed. We're not equipped to handle what lies ahead." Ingrid stepped closer, the fire illuminating her face in stark contrast, revealing a smile that was both inviting and sinister. "But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? We're not meant to understand. The gods don't care about our doubts, they care about our devotion." Her words dripped with an intoxicating charm, pulling Freya toward the edge of a precipice she was terrified to fall from. Magnus broke the tension with a harsh laugh that reverberated through the night. "Devotion? Is that what you call it?" He stepped back, shaking his head, the flicker of doubt igniting into a flame of defiance. "We're not mere puppets, Ingrid. This isn't a game. Isn't it?" Ingrid retorted, her voice a melody laced with madness. "The gods love a good game. They thrive on the chaos we create." With each word, the air thickened, tension coiling around them like serpents, ready to strike. Freya felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, the ghosts of the past clawing at her, demanding to be acknowledged. "What if we're just a means to their end?" she whispered, teetering on the brink of despair. She felt the ground shift beneath her feet, the world around her blurring as visions of blood-stained altars and vengeful spirits danced in her mind. "Then we will be the ones who rewrite the story," Ingrid declared, her voice rising, a fierce determination igniting within her. "We will take back our fate. We will be the ones who decide if the old gods rise again or if they remain buried." Freya's heart raced with conflicting emotions, caught between fear and the intoxicating lure of power. "And what if they don't want to stay buried?" she countered, her voice trembling as she felt the weight of inevitability press down upon her. "What if they seek revenge?" The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, and for a fleeting moment, Freya saw the silhouettes of giants in the smoke, towering and ominous, shadows of a history she could never escape. She sucked in a breath, the air thick with portent. I remember the stories of Ragnarök, the end of all things." "Yes," Ingrid breathed, her eyes alight with fervor, "but also the rebirth that follows. New beginnings forged in the flames of destruction." Magnus stepped forward, the tension palpable. "But at what cost? We could lose everything." His voice was steady, yet beneath the surface, doubt churned like a storm. Ingrid's laughter was sharp, slicing through the night. "Everything? Or just the illusions we cling to? Look around, this world is already a graveyard of forgotten dreams. We can either bow to the ashes or rise from them." Freya's heart thundered. "And what if we're the ashes?" she whispered into the turbulent night. The air was thick with uncertainty, weaving through their hearts, binding them to a fate they could neither predict nor control. Each moment stretched, like the fabric of time itself was unraveling, revealing the ghostly outlines of a history that demanded to be confronted. The storm rolled closer, the sky darkening with the promise of chaos, and Freya felt the world tilt dangerously beneath her. "Tonight," Ingrid declared, her voice a rallying cry that lit a fire in Freya's chest, "we summon the old gods. We embrace the darkness. We become the storm." And as she stood there, soaked by the rain and haunted by the shadows of her ancestors, Freya realized the truth: they were already part of the legend. The past whispered in the wind, calling them, promising power, but at what cost? The air pulsed with unspent energy, and Freya took a step forward, heart racing, knowing that the line between salvation and destruction was razor thin. The veil between worlds was lifting, the ghosts of the past beckoning them closer. As the fire crackled and the storm thundered above, she felt hope entwine itself with despair, creating an intoxicating cocktail of emotions, each pulse urging her onward, deeper into the abyss. The call of the gods was undeniable, the darkness both terrifying and alluring. In that moment, as the night swallowed them whole, Freya felt the weight of her lineage, the burden of ancient promises pressing down upon her, ready to explode into a new chapter. The gods were awakening, and so were they. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful cry that echoed the souls of the lost. In the clearing, shadows danced under the flickering light of the fire, casting twisted shapes that seemed to mock the very essence of life. 3 figures stood at the edge, their breaths visible in the biting cold, their hearts pounding in a rhythm that matched the pulse of the earth. In that moment, the air was thick with anticipation, a tension that crackled like the embers at their feet. I remember the night Heimdall's name hung like a spectre over us, an invocation of guardianship and fate. I remember the way Ellie's eyes shimmered with a mixture of hope and despair, her fingers trembling as she clutched the amulet, its weight pressing against her chest like a secret too heavy to bear. "What if he doesn't hear me?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the howling wind. Her fear was palpable as the night air around us, wrapping around my throat like the noose of doubt. Beside her, Magnus shifted uneasily, his broad shoulders heavy with the burden of a past he could never escape. He had always been the strong one, the one to shield us from the storms of our own making. But now, as he stared into the fire, his gaze hollow and distant, I saw the cracks in his facade. "We need him, Ellie," he said, his voice a low growl, like thunder rumbling in the distance. "Heimdall can see things we cannot. He can guide us." And yet, I could sense his own conviction faltering, the strength of his words wavering like the flames before us. The forest stood silent, as if it listened to our fears, our hopes, our desperation. It was a living thing, breathing alongside us, and in its depths lay the echoes of ancient rituals and whispered incantations. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a reminder of the stories my grandmother had told me, of sacrifices made under the watchful eye of Heimdall, the all-seeing guardian. Those tales had always seemed so distant, mere remnants of a world long gone. But tonight, they clawed at the edges of my mind, entwining with my own reality. "Do you remember the first time we tried to connect with him?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of the memory. Illy's gaze flickered to me, and for a moment, the fear receded, replaced with the warmth of shared history. The way we thought chanting his name would summon him like a dog to its master. I laughed, but it was a hollow sound, a scrabbling attempt to crawl out of the pit of dread that threatened to swallow us whole. "I remember," Illy replied, her voice softening as she recalled the absurdity of our youth. "We bathed first. I thought it would please the gods, not realizing that scent wasn't exactly a priority in the Viking Age. Romance was earthy." Her attempt at humor flitted through the air, and for a heartbeat, I felt the tension ease, the shadows dance a little lighter. But the laughter faded, giving way to the encroaching darkness once more. The fire crackled, the wind howled, and I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on us. Time seemed to slow, stretching like the shadows cast by the flames. I looked at Illy, her face illuminated by the flickering light, and wondered what lay beneath her bravado. Did she believe? Did she really think Heimdall would hear her desperate call? "Do you think he's watching us?" I asked, my voice a whisper lost to the wind. "Do you think he sees our failures, our doubts?" Magnus, usually so solid, flinched. "What if he does?" The fear in his voice hung heavy in the air, a tangible thing that wrapped itself around us. "What if he's tired of us? What if we failed too many times?" The thought clawed at my insides. I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing down on us, their expectations heavy as stone. They had called upon Heimdall too, in their moments of desperation. But did he answer? Or did he stand, a silent sentinel, watching as we fumbled and fell? Illy's hand trembled as she raised the amulet, the moonlight catching its surface, sending shards of light spiraling into the shadows. "I won't stop trying," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil swirling within her. "If I can't reach him, then what's left for us?" Those words hung in the air, a challenge and a promise, intertwining like the twisting branches of the trees surrounding us. I felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming urge to scream into the abyss, to demand answers from the night. But I was grounded by the shared weight of our fears, our dreams, our longing for something greater than ourselves. "Then let's call him," I said, a fervor igniting within me, fueled by the desperation of the moment. "Let's summon him, together. Let's remind the cosmos that we are here." The three of us stood in that clearing, hearts pounding in unison, fear transforming into resolve. The shadows around us seemed to dance more wildly, as if encouraging our defiance. And in that moment, I felt an electric pulse, a heartbeat that echoed through the very fabric of existence. As we began to chant, our voices rose and fell, weaving through the night like a prayer, a plea for connection. The wind shifted, swirling around us, carrying our words into the darkness. I closed my eyes, feeling the world pulse with the rhythm of our chant. Every word held weight, every syllable trembled with urgency. And in the depths of the night, I felt it, the faintest flicker of presence, a knowing gaze that pierced through the veil of the mundane, making my heart race with primal fear and wild hope. The shadows grew deeper, the fire blazed higher, and I knew, in that chilling moment, that Heimdall was not just a distant figure of the past. He was here, waiting, watching, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would answer. And as we stood there, voices intertwined, hearts bared, the night unfurled around us, weaving a tapestry of history and longing, binding us to something far greater than ourselves. The confrontation loomed before us, the air thick with the promise of revelation, the echoes of ancient gods intertwining with our fragile humanity. The fire crackled, the shadows whispered, and the dance of fate continued, endless as the stars that watched from above. I remember standing on the edge of the world, where the sky bled orange into purple as the sun sank behind jagged peaks, shadows creeping like whispered secrets across the ground. The air held a weight, thick with anticipation and the scent of impending storms. The wind howled through the canyons, as if warning us, as if it knew what was to come. Beside me, Ilara gripped her sword, knuckles white against the hilt. Her eyes flickered with fear and defiance, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a desperate drum urging her to act, to fight. "I can't do this, tyrant," she breathed, voice trembling as the chill of night wrapped around us like an unwanted embrace. "What if we're wrong?" But there was no room for doubt, the prophecy hung over us, a dark spectre that promised salvation or doom. Heimdall's name echoed through my mind, a beacon of hope and despair. I felt the weight of his gaze, as if the all-seeing was watching us from somewhere beyond the veil. It was a gaze that could pierce through time, through layers of reality, and see the truth of our souls. And here we were, standing on the brink of disaster, two flawed beings tangled in the web of destiny, desperate to unravel our fates. "Trust me," I insisted, though my own heart quaked. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rhythm of ancient powers stirring, waiting for a signal. Heimdall will guide us. He sees everything. The moon broke free from the clouds, pouring silver light across the valley, illuminating the path ahead. I could see the distant shadow of the city, a labyrinth of stone and secrets, echoing with the cries of the damned and the hopes of the lost. "We go tonight," I whispered, more to myself than to her. "Tonight, we confront the darkness." I remember the stories I'd heard as a child, tales woven with threads of magic and caution. Heimdall, the vigilant guardian of Bifrost, stood between worlds, a sentinel whose horn could summon the end or herald a new beginning. What did he whisper in the silence? What truths did he hold close to his heart? I had no answers, only questions that gnawed at me, burrowing deep beneath my skin. Ilara's breath hitched, and I could see the conflict raging within her. What if we fail? Those words stung, like a dagger piercing the fragile fabric of hope we clung to. I wanted to say something grand, something that would sweep away her fears, but the truth was, I was terrified too. "Then we fight until the end," I replied, my voice steadier than my heart. And there it was, the promise of confrontation, the inevitable clash of light and dark, of fate and free will. I could taste the metallic tang of blood in the air, a scent that whispered of battles fought and lost, of lives given up for a fleeting chance at redemption. The night deepened, and with it, a silence so profound it pressed against my chest, a reminder that we were not alone. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a low growl vibrated through the air. A beast emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with a malevolent glow, hunger etched into its every sinew. In that instant, everything crystallized, the future, the choices, the weight of our hearts hanging in the balance. "Ilara!" I shouted, lunging forward, adrenaline igniting every nerve. The creature lunged, jaws snapping close enough to feel the rush of wind as it passed. I could hear Ilara's battle cry, fierce and raw, a sound born of desperation and courage. She fought like a warrior possessed, each strike fueled by the fierce love she bore for our cause, for the hope of a brighter dawn. But each swing of her sword was met with howls of darkness, each victory tinged with loss. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the moment when she faltered, and I felt it in my own soul, an echo of despair that threatened to consume us both. In that chaos, I remembered the stories again, the legends of Heimdall, the way he stood unwavering, rain or shine, light or shadow. Was he not just a figure of myth? Or was he woven into our very fabric, pulsing with the heartbeat of the cosmos? I couldn't tell anymore, the lines blurred, and all that remained was this moment, raw and unyielding. Ilara stumbled, and I caught her, pulling her close. "We can't give in," I shouted, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. "Heimdall sees us, Ilara. He believes in us." And then, as if in response to our plea, a blinding light erupted from the horizon, illuminating the night with a brilliance that stole our breath. I felt a stirring in my chest, as if the very essence of Heimdall surged through my veins. The world around us transformed, shadows fled from the light, and the beast roared, caught in the crossfire of fate. But it wasn't just light, it was a promise, a whisper of futures yet to unfold. I saw vision swirling in the brilliance, glimpses of paths we hadn't yet taken, choices still to be made. With each heartbeat, the tension coiled tighter, the air electric with possibility. "Ilara, we have to go," I urged, the remnants of fear swelling within, yet tempered by a flicker of hope. And as we fought, as we struggled against the darkness, I felt the presence of Heimdall surrounding us, an unwavering guardian, urging us to rise, to defy the odds. In that fevered moment, we were not just fighting for ourselves but for every soul bound by the chains of despair, every dream crushed beneath the weight of reality. We were warriors, flawed yet fierce, and as the light enveloped us, I could almost hear the echo of Heimdall's horn, a haunting melody that whispered of promises kept and futures yet to be written. And then, the world shattered into fragments of light and darkness, and the battle raged on, relentless and consuming. Time twisted, memories blurred, and we were left standing at the precipice, where fear and hope intertwined in an eternal dance, forever caught in the cycle of existence, of love, of loss, of the haunting presence of Heimdall. A silence hangs like a shroud, just before the storm, a moment that stretches, taut, as if the world is waiting, breathless, for the inevitable crack. The air tastes metallic, and I can feel my heartbeat thrumming in my ears, a relentless drum signaling the chaos about to unfurl. Shadows flicker, and I see him, a figure of light in the encroaching darkness. Heimdall stands at the edge of the Bifrost, a bridge shimmering with the colors of dawn and dusk, but here, now, it feels like twilight. He is the eternal guardian, his eyes like twin galaxies, swirling with secrets and burdens too heavy to bear. I remember the weight of his gaze as he scanned the horizon, every fiber of his being a beacon of vigilance and dread. "They come," he whispers, not to me, but to himself, as if the words could conjure the tempest looming just beyond our sight. I can't help but feel his urgency grip my heart. It's visceral, primal, a warning that reverberates through the void. In this moment, it's not just Thor or Loki who loom in my thoughts, it's the fear of failing the ones we love, the fear of an inevitable darkness. Across the bridge, I catch a glimpse of a woman, her silhouette stark against the swirling hues of the Bifrost. Sigrun, a fierce warrior with a spirit as unyielding as steel, holds her breath. I can see the trembling of her fingers, gripping the hilt of a sword that has tasted blood and betrayal. I remember when she had laughed, a sound like the clear, ringing of bells, before all this. She had spoken of honor, of valor, and the weight of legacy, but now, every promise hangs by a thread, frayed at the edges of her resolve. Her eyes glint with unshed tears, and I know she fights not just for the glory of battle, but to redeem the ghosts of her past, the choices that haunt her like shadows in the night. But betrayal isn't just a ghost, it's a living, breathing entity. It gnaws at us, festers in our hearts. It has taken root in the very soul of Bragi, the poet, who stands a few paces behind Sigrun. That soft-spoken bard, whose words once wove dreams into reality, now carries the weight of despair like a shackle. The tales he spun with such ease twist into a cruel mockery of hope. I remember him in better days, laughter spilling from his lips like a river, always quick with a quip, a rhyme, or a song that could cut through the deepest sorrow. But now, he feels heavy, like time itself has conspired against him, aging him in an instant, turning his heart into a drum of grief and loss. Why must we stand watch, Heimdall? Bragi's voice trembles, a fragile thread of doubt woven through its fabric. What is the purpose of our vigilance if all we guard is a world that slips through our fingers like sand? Is it worth it? There's a crack in his bravado, a chink in the armor of his poetic soul. I want to scream at him, to shake him, to make him understand that every heartbeat matters, that every moment counts. But the words catch in my throat, heavy with the realization that sometimes, even the strongest among us falter. And in that dreadful silence, a tremor ripples across the Bifrost. The sky darkens, and I feel a shift in the fabric of reality, a shuddering whisper that echoes through the marrow of my bones. The shadows grow thick, swirling with malicious intent, and I see them, figures emerging from the dark, twisted forms that seem to mock the very essence of light. They drift closer, and panic surges through me, a cold wave that threatens to drown my thoughts. What are they? I gasp, but no one answers. No one dares. Heimdall's grip tightens, his knuckles turning white as he steadies himself against the encroaching chaos. The end is not written in stone, but it is etched in the hearts of those who dare to fight, he declares, his voice resonating with a power that ignites something within me. I feel the spark of resilience, the flickering flame of hope, though it wavers like a candle in the wind. I remember the stories, the tales of gods who bled for their people, who fought not just against monsters, but against their own demons, their own doubts, their own fears. Sigrun steps forward, her silhouette a defiant blaze against the dark. We are not mere guardians, Heimdall. We are the fire that refuses to be extinguished. Her voice carries the weight of a promise, a vow that echoes through the chasms of time. The shadows seem to quiver at her words, as if aware that we are not finished yet. Not today. I feel her strength seep into me, and I grip the hilt of my own weapon, a dull reminder of my own inadequacies, but also a testament to my will. The figures draw nearer, their faces obscured by darkness, but their intentions are clear, they mean to tear apart everything we hold dear. I can hear the clamor of battle drums in my mind, a heartbeat that quickens with every breath, every pulse. I remember the gentle touch of a child's hand in mine, a memory that fuels my resolve. We fight not just for ourselves, but for every soul that has ever dared to dream, for every flicker of light that has ever fought against the abyss. And in that moment, as our hearts beat as one, a rhythm of defiance against despair, I realize the truth of it all. We are not just guardians of a bridge, but warriors of hope. Our stories intertwine like threads in a tapestry, woven with pain and joy, loss and love. As the shadows close in, I feel an overwhelming surge of emotion, raw and fierce. I will not let this end. I will not allow darkness to prevail. With a roar that echoes through the ages, we charge into the unknown, armed not just with weapons, but with the unyielding strength of our convictions. As the clash begins, time seems to dissolve, and we become eternal, echoes of our struggles resonating through the cosmos, entwined with the fates of all who have ever stood against the tide. And in this moment, as blood and glory mingle with the dust of the earth, I realize the fight has only just begun.